Challenge successful. Point Vietnam. Players ready. Myanmar to serve. Ready? 6, 7. Point Vietnam. It's over. Eight, 6. Four. Vietnam. Vietnam. Four touching. Four touching. Point. Okay, over. Ready? Ready? No. It's okay. Ready. Huh? 8-7. Yeah. Ready. Huh? Wait. Ready? 7, 8. Point Vietnam. No? 8-7, eh? Okay. Okay. It's okay. Go. So now 9-7. 9-7. Okay. Ready? No. No, 9-7. 9-7. Okay, ready? Players ready? Vietnam. No. No. Ready? 9-7, right? 9-7. 6-10, eh? Right. No, okay. No, my. Okay? Okay, ready. Ready? 10, 6. Point Myanmar. It's over. Ready? Seven, 10. Point Myanmar. It's over. Ready, Vietnam? Okay, Vietnam ready? Ten, 8. Out. Point Ready, Myanmar. Nine, 10. Point Myanmar. Time out, Vietnam. Okay, players ready. Ready, Vietnam. Ten, all. Point, Myanmar. It's over. Eleven, 10. In, point Vietnam. It's over. Ready. 11, all. Point Vietnam. Ready? Myanmar. Time out, Myanmar. Time's out. Yes, ready. Myanmar to serve. Eleven, 12. Point Vietnam. Top. 13-11. Point Myanmar. Ready? 12-13. Point, Vietnam. It's over. Players ready. Game point, 14-12. Point, Vietnam. Players in baseline. Players change side. First set, Vietnam win 15-12, 2-minute rest. Time's up. Players ready. Ready? Second set. Myanmar to serve. Ready, Vietnam. Love on. Point, Vietnam. One, love. Point, Myanmar. One, all. Point, Vietnam. Ready? Two, one. Point, Vietnam. Ready? 1, 3. Point, Myanmar. It's over. Three, two. Point, Myanmar. It's over. Three, all. Out. Point, Vietnam. Four, three. Point, Vietnam. It's over. Three, five. Up. Point, Vietnam. It's over. Six, three. Point, Myanmar. It's over.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
4, 6.
Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025.
Point, Vietnam.
Let's welcome India.
Ready? Seven, 4. Point, Myanmar. Five, 7. Point, Myanmar. It's over. Ready? 7, 6. Point, Myanmar. It's over. Ball, please. Ready? 7. All. Point Vietnam. Ready? 8-7. Point Vietnam. Over. Ready? 7-9. Point Vietnam. It's over. Ten, 7. Point Myanmar. It's over. Myanmar, Joseph. Ready? Ball, please. Eight. 10. Point Vietnam. Eleven, 8. Point Myanmar. Ready? 11. Point Vietnam. It's over. Twelve, 9. Point Myanmar. So, time up, Myanmar. Time's up. Players ready. Ten, 12. Vietnam. Players ready. Thirteen, 10. Point, Vietnam. Is this over? Match point, 14. Point, Vietnam. Players at the baseline. Players, baseline. Final result, Vietnam win 15-12, 15-10. Players, shake hands. में माइक ऑन है.
Wear my heart up my sleeve like a big deal. And there's no stopping us right now. I feel so close to you.
ओके, अभी एंट्री के बाद मैं चेक करा रहा हूँ. एंट्री खत्म होने दीजिए. ये चल रहा है ना अभी. R2 check 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. R2 check 1 2 3 4 है.
R1 R3 में मिल रहा है.
ओके.
सही है. वो बाद में चेक कर लीजिएगा.
हेलो हेलो
कुछ भी बोल दीजिए, पढ़ दीजिए।
माइक चेक 1 2 3 माइक चेक
अनु भाई ओके? उनको देना है। मैडम कुछ बोलिए, बोलिए।
चेक 1 2 3 माइक चेक 1 2 3
है तो है। ये है।
चेक माइक टेस्टिंग चेक 3 2 1
the excitement, the anticipation, it's all here. It's all happening here at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. It's a confluence of all the nations who love this game called Sepaktakraw coming together. And joining me in the commentary box is Drew Lilly, all the way from Sydney, Australia. The excitement is certainly building and we're all set here. The stage is set.
It is. We're here for the quadrant event, and many of you who have seen Sepaktakraw before, you'll be reasonably familiar with this, but it's a new-ish format. It was brought in around a decade ago, and quadrant, as the name would suggest, means that you've got 4 players on each side of the net, so it can get a little bit busy there. It means the rally should be a little bit longer, and we should have some real excitement to get our teeth into in this first afternoon of the ISTAF 2025 Sepaktakraw World Cup.
And the first game that we will present for you is match number 17 of the men's quadrant event, Myanmar versus Malaysia. Well, 2 highly skilled teams.
Exactly, they're both from Southeast Asia, which is where the hotbed of Sepaktakraw is.
Well, let's go down to Pramita, who is near the ringside.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for an electrifying showdown between the 2 Sepaktakraw giants. From the land of golden pagodas, when they settle into the court, they turn into warriors. Let's welcome Team Myanmar!
Myanmar are ready, and some members of the Indian team watching on, and their own colleagues from Myanmar. We'll have the lineup from Myanmar soon. Here it is, and a team that has a fair bit of experience, one may say, in these international competitions.
A good team are Myanmar. They haven't yet got a medal in the quadrant event, but that's because there haven't been that many versions of it played. It was played at the 2022 World Cup, which was in Daejeon, so 3 years ago, and they didn't medal there, so they'll be looking to get on the podium this time around.
And now, the team that has dominated the Sepaktakraw scene for years, the kings of the court. Let's hear it for Team Malaysia.
There they are, Malaysia, in that familiar yellow color. And this is a nation that has produced some fantastic Sepaktakraw units in the past, haven't they?
They're the big ones alongside Thailand. Thailand have got the better of them over a number of years, and it's going to be interesting this time around because neither Thailand nor Malaysia are playing in the Regu event, which is the more traditional 3-a-side. So the men's quadrant is going to be the real standout, and it's going to be great competition between Malaysia and Thailand to see who can get on the top of the podium for this one.
Few warm-ups before we start proceedings here, and this is the Patliputra indoor stadium, and we've got a fantastic lineup of teams on show here at the ISTF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. As the teams shake hands and greet each other before the game, it's only appropriate to thank the Bihar government for their support, the Bihar State Sports Authority, and of course the Bihar Khel Vibhag.
Fantastic that we're here. It's the second time that we've had a World Cup in India after Hyderabad in 2017, and there was also an ISTAF Super Series event in 2013 in New Delhi. We say hello to Jolly Laboy, one of the more storied referees on the ISTAF circuit. In the men's quadrant, Group B, various different groups, lots of different teams involved. So Group B, Myanmar, Malaysia, whom we're seeing now, Vietnam as well, and France, all the way over from Europe. They've had a bit of a tough time of it in their group matches this morning, but it's wonderful to see them over here, and I think we'll see them feature a little bit more when we get into the doubles and the regu, particularly the doubles.
Exactly, not the easiest for France. And here are the rules for the quadrant event. And as we know that this quadrant event, we've got 2 groups and
baseline.
4 different groups, so the top 2 from each group will make it through into the quarterfinals. After that, the semis, and if you lose in the semis, you get a bronze. So there will be 2 bronze medals, and then obviously the winners of the semi-finals will fight it out for the gold medal. But we're not there yet. We're going to see who makes it through the group stages. These 2 teams very much the favourites to get out of Group B, but obviously you want to finish as high as you can in your group. If you win your group, you will play a team that finished second in another group, and also you're laying down a marker as regards the rest of the tournament as well. Your opponents getting a win in early. You never want to lose a match. Always good to get a win in against the likes of Malaysia or Myanmar, local bragging rights, so they'll be keen to get off to a quick start, both of these teams.
Absolutely, 4 groups. In fact, one of the groups, it's got only 3 teams. That's Thailand, Singapore and Sri Lanka in Group A. 2 teams go ahead. That's a little bit easier, but now we are ready. Malaysia will start with the service behind the baseline.
Myanmar first on the board, and for those of you who haven't watched much Sepaktakraw before, then you tend to score points when you receive, because the team that's serving puts the ball onto your foot and then you save it, set it, and then spike it there, and that was an absolutely beautiful roll spike at the net there by Shane Wonazao. Number 7 in the middle of your screen there.
The serve alternates for all our viewers. Again, it was put a little bit low. Malaysia managed to roll it across the net, and that's an attempted block by Malaysia. But then Myanmar get their first points of the day.
Service over.
2-0 for Myanmar, and it's best of 3 sets and first of 15, so you want to get off to a quick start. You don't want to give away too many points early on. You want to get into a rhythm as quickly as you possibly can. Well, that got over the net, but unfortunately for Malaysia, it took the head of Noraizat on the way over, and you can't have 2 touches before it goes over the net on a service.
3. Love. Net.
Don't get a second service either in this game, so that's a first point for Malaysia, and they will more than happily take it. Finally on the board.
And there's no let as well. You know, just to explain to our viewers that if it hits the net and goes on the other side, then it still counts as a fair service.
Ready. 1, 3.
Adil Aman, the Tekong with the service. They're setting up very nicely, Myanmar. They're doing a very good job. Zin Koko, the number 5, is setting the ball up nicely just where Shane Wonazao, the number 7, wants it. He's rolling. There's a beautiful slow motion there of a roll spike. You can see him rolling the leg over.
Net. Point. Malaysia. Service over.
Excellent service down the line. Well, finally one of the blocks comes off for Malaysia, but still they don't get the point. There's been some dogged defence from Myanmar thus far. We're going to see this here. Blocks on either side and ends up creeping over the net. Ball's allowed to touch the net and then go over. And one thing you can't do as a player is touch the net.
Net. Point. Malaysia. Service over.
Myanmar struggling a little bit on service at the moment. That's been where most of the points that Malaysia have come from. So they'll be looking to improve that. But when they've been receiving, as is the case here, they've been absolutely dominating. Can they continue that?
Point.
That combination, once again,
Myanmar.
the number 5's in Koko setting it up. That's his job, and I could watch him all day. Absolutely beautiful. Shane Wanazao always puts it in that right-hand corner for him. Left-hand corner as we're watching from our camera angle.
Malaysia gaining a bit of confidence with the last few moves. Just a question for you, Drew, and so that our viewers also get a bit of it. So in the quad event, when compared to the Regu, do we have references to the left-hand side or the right-hand side?
Yep, you've got an extra, well, it's always different when you're setting up on service, and the fact that the service is played from anywhere behind the baseline as opposed to in the circles that you can see on your screen as well. And then you have your 3 teammates setting up in front of the net to try to block the vision of the team that's receiving. And then rather than having someone who's defending, usually the Tekong, then the feeder and a spiker, you've got 2 spikers, so you tend to have 2 at the back and 2 at the front. So you've got options. You can set it up to a striker, a killer at the net, either on the left or the right-hand side.
Service straight onto the net. Another question that I'd like to ask you, and I've seen different teams in this tournament so far. Some of them, when they're serving in the quad event, prefer to have a 3-man wall up at the net, and some don't. So what causes them to make that difference?
7.
Most of the bigger teams will go for a wall, and they'll move it left and right. It's almost like pitchers and catchers in baseball saying exactly where they, the catcher telling the pitcher asking what you're going to throw and putting down signals. And it's for the teams, you'll see some teams that have got very good Tekongs, very good servers, and we've seen them struggling a little bit so far, and that's exactly what happens again. Another service into the net. Other less developed teams tend to have players who will just punt it over. They won't go sideways on for the service. They'll just almost toe poke it over just to get the ball over the net. And they're really not looking to score points on their service. But the bigger teams, that's what they're trying to do. And that's why they're moving the wall around and trying to block the vision, and also trying to fool the opposition. Sometimes it doesn't go over the wall, it goes to the left or the right. And a little bit like tennis in doubles, the partners will tell one another which way they're going to go and try and hide it from the opposition.
Exactly, and here's a roll spike, really acrobatic. And one of the lessons that people watching this must take on is the fact that, yes, the roll spikes and spikes, they all look glorious. Again, another mistake, another error with the serve. Just going to deviate a bit. A bit like my table tennis coach used to say, that committing an error while serving is a sin.
Well, it's obviously the start of every point, and it's the same in tennis. If your service isn't on song, then you really are going to struggle. And here you don't get a second service, so the number of points that have been given away already, it's critical. It's what has enabled Malaysia to stay in this contest, because they haven't won many points themselves. And we can see that when Myanmar get the opportunity to save, set and spike, they do so beautifully. And I'd say 6 of the 7 points that Malaysia have got so far have just been faults on service. So that's something that Myanmar, and in particular Zin Koko, the captain, they're going to have to address this. He's going to have to get into a rhythm.
That's far and wide, is it?
Malaysia!
Well, Malaysia win that point. I think it was placed very well. Here's a look at the replay. A good roll spike and just inside. It was hit hard, And yes, you've got to also judge when you'd want to hit it hard, when you'd want to hit it slow. Watch your opposition. I think that's a timeout.
Timeout has been called. Both teams have a 1 minute timeout that they can take in either set. And this one's been taken by the Myanmar coach. 10-8, they've dominated once they've got into the rallies, but they've struggled on service. And they're sticking with Zinkoko, their captain, on service. So they...
Ready? Time is up. Players in. Wait. Wait. Ready, please. Ball, please.
Well, after the short timeout,
Time
we are
is up.
back. And timeout can also be used
Malaysia
strategically, isn't it? You want to break the momentum of the other side who may have just gotten
8,
into a flow of things.
10.
Good way of trying to put off the Tekong as well. Makes them a little bit nervous, and it'll be interesting to see how good the service is after that little break. And there we go, a fault. It's fired long there
Point,
by
Myanmar.
Adil Aman. And
Service
that's
over.
a clever way of gaining a point there for Myanmar. They're just 4 points away from taking this first set.
Just on that point, how does a
11.
Tekong get a little bit nervous after a timeout? Can you just illustrate that for our viewers?
It's purely the fact that you're made to think about it for a while, and rather than getting into a rhythm and being able to serve. It's
Malaysia.
difficult in quadrant anyway, because it's
Service over.
to me, to you, to me, to you. You alternate after every point, as opposed to the Tekong having 3 services in a row
Ready?
in the Regu, and you'll see the timeouts taken
9.
quite often by the team that's
11.
receiving, and they'll do it in the middle of a block of 3 services, but you don't tend to have it in quadrant quite as much.
In.
That's very well
Point.
done. Myanmar surging ahead.
Myanmar.
They've now moved to 12-9. And let's
Service
have a look at
over.
that again. These look very acrobatic, and everyone wants to talk about the
Ready?
spikes and the roll spikes, but it's also about the setup.
12.
The player who sets it up for the
9.
ultimate finish.
Beautiful deft touch there, just dinked over the top
Malaysia.
by Noor Azat. Saw his
Service
opponent
over.
coming and then uses the sole of the shoe just to tap it over the top of him.
Ready?
Well,
10.
Myanmar are leading Malaysia.
12.
Malaysia, they've got to ensure that their service is right. They've committed a fair number of faults here.
Point.
It was good service all the way
Myanmar.
down the line, but Zinkoko went all the way back,
Service
kept
over.
it in, and then set it up nicely at the net, and now they're only 2 points away from taking this
Timeout.
first set.
Myanmar.
It's also a lottery when it comes to a block, isn't it? Because you never know which way it's going to deflect. You've just got to put your best foot forward there.
Best foot forward, you need your best leg forward, and you need it as straight as possible.
Ready?
Myanmar
Players in.
only 2 points
Myanmar
away from
serve.
winning the first game in this match. And so
Ready.
far, it's been engaging. We'd like to see it get even more intense as the
13.
game proceeds, but it's going to be Myanmar who'll just
10.
start proceeding with the service.
Net.
What was interesting there is that they've changed their tekong.
Myanmar.
Zalmin Kant came in there and it was very athletic service. That was
Challenge
what
service.
alerted me. I hadn't quite picked up on the fact that it wasn't Zin Koko until I saw the service motion. So 4 points. The challenge on the service. Okay, so did Kant step over the baseline when he served? So we're going to have a video review of this one.
The change in tekong may not have just gotten the rhythm with that first service for him, possibly.
Huge point, this one. If it's a fault on service, then obviously the point goes the way of Malaysia, and all of a sudden it's 13-11 as opposed to 14-10 and 4 set points. Well, that was how the point panned out, but what we need to see is what actually happened on the service. And we'd had Zin Koko, the captain, who'd been the tekong up until now, and then after that second timeout was taken, they decided to change, and it was Zalmin Kant who was dancing all the way along the baseline before coming in with almost a roll spike of a service. My assumption is they were looking for a foot fault. Foot faults, you get them a lot more often in Regu, because you can see the circle there in the middle of your screen. The server has to have the 1 foot planted inside that circle. It's not allowed to touch so much as the inside of the line of that circle. And there is a feeder who is by the net who tosses the ball up to them. And if the ball toss is poor, there's nothing you can do about it. You can't abort the ball toss like you can do in tennis. You just have to take it. So
No fault.
I think it's been said that it was at a beautiful,
Myanmar.
absolutely beautiful view of that service, and it's
Ready?
been called legal. So we do indeed have 4 set points for Myanmar.
10. Game point.
Quite an
14.
athletic serve, that one. Serving for the set.
Out. Players
In fact, it was
baseline.
Myanmar who were facing for the set. Sorry.
Change side, please.
Receiving for the set, yes, and the
Change
service
sides.
went long
Change
from
sides.
Malaysia, so Myanmar take the opener, 15-10.
Can. Change side. Change sides.
15-10, and that's a very good start for Myanmar. Now
Baseline,
Malaysia,
please.
they've got to, of course, bounce back in this second set to make it 1-1. But so far, Myanmar 1 and Malaysia 0 at the ISTF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 in Bihar. This is the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. And in the quad men's event, we've got Myanmar taking on Malaysia. Myanmar won the first set 15-10. You could see a great exhibition of athleticism from them, particularly during one of their penultimate serves. Almost served like a spike. Now Myanmar are ready to serve for the second game.
Out. Point Myanmar. Service over.
And Myanmar have started well as that spike goes a little wide. Malaysia have got to do something really quick.
Love. One. Service over. Ready? One. Stop. Ready?
Myanmar,
One.
Tan Din 2 is going to serve. Far and wide. I think he just got a little bit more foot onto that one.
Malaysia. Service over. Substitution. Myanmar. Out number 3, in number 6. Okay. Ready? Two. One. Net.
Into the net again from Malaysia. And we saw
Myanmar.
quite a bit of this in the first set as well.
Service over.
Again, the service allows you to put your initiative forward. But somehow Malaysia has kept making those mistakes.
In. Malaysia. Service over. Ready? Three. Two. In. Point. Point. Myanmar. Service over. Three. All.
There's that big serve again. And very well done by Malaysia.
Malaysia.
It was Bin Halim with that spike to win that point.
Service over. Ready?
Another question for you. We've seen that Malaysia, they've got players who are comparatively taller than
Ready?
Myanmar. So
Four.
how much does it help when it comes to forming the
Three.
ball around the net?
In. Point. Myanmar. Service over. Ready? Serve Myanmar. Four. All. Out. Point. Malaysia. Service over. Ready? 5,
Gets it past the net this time.
Malaysia.
Yes, and now they are 2 points clear.
Ready? 4, 6.
Well done. Well done by Zoa over there. This second set
Service over.
has been a lot more competitive, I would say, than the first
Ready?
one, because in the first one, Myanmar had taken a significant lead. But right here, we see that both teams fighting time and again. Once again,
5.
Malaysia have got to know, they've just got to get those services. And Azwawi will serve. Gets it past the net. An attempted spike, but into the net, looks like.
Service over. 6. All.
That's huge there. A point, one on service. Excellent service it was as well. Just clipping the net on the way over makes it very difficult to return.
6, 7. Net. Point. Myanmar.
And you can see the result of the pressure put on Malaysia there. A fault on service, and all of a sudden it's Myanmar who find themselves 2 points clear. They've got 4 points in a row, the team in white.
Malaysia.
Timeout being called by Malaysia. So 4 points in a row they've lost. You can see the smile on the coach's face for Myanmar. They'll be absolutely delighted with this. So it's
Ready?
Well, in the second set, Myanmar are leading 8-6.
Time is
They
up.
won the first one
Players
15-10.
ready. Myanmar serve.
They will now serve. Serving for them
8,
will be Hansen 2.
6. Net.
It's now Myanmar's turn to commit those faults.
Malaysia.
well, they can almost afford to commit one. They got 4 points in a row, 2 on their own service, which is not what you expect. And I do like I like what he tried to do. It was a good error. He aimed exactly at the tape. He got his teammates to duck out of the way, and had it clipped over, it would have gained them a point.
Out.
That one, on the other hand, I'm
Myanmar.
less keen with when it comes to service faults.
Service
One
over.
that just drifts long and gives the point away there. So Myanmar,
9.
they're the ones with the initiative. It's
7.
up to Malaysia. They've got to get a break. They've got to win a point on service.
It's a very good retrieve. Almost outside the court. But Myanmar win this point. Courtesy
Myanmar.
that spike by Thet Peang So. I think earlier in the rally, there was some good athleticism on display from Malaysia. One of their players just going out into the free zone and retrieving the ball.
Ready?
3 points adrift
7.
now. Malaysia, they're in real trouble.
10.
They were 6-4 to the good and then 6 of the last 7 points have gone the way of Myanmar. Better service here though, but put away absolutely beautifully. It's an excellent killer that they've got, Myanmar. Shane Wunazao. Number of points that he's managed to put away at the net.
Wunazao has been absolutely brilliant, and Myanmar continuing to go from strength to strength, only 4 points away from winning this match. But they aren't going to win if Malaysia continue to try and just fight back, keep getting those points.
Service over.
Good service again. You like the fact that they're trying to get the services. It was Zhao Min Kant there with his service again, just clipping the net on the way over.
11.
Makes life very difficult for the opposition.
Net.
A couple of times that we've seen that, Malaysia serving, and then it ends up bouncing off one of the Tekong's teammates before it even gets to the net.
Whoa.
They've really not been in a good rhythm on service all match.
It's a good serve.
I really like his service and the fact that they went with Zin Koko to begin with and then changed to Zhao Min Kant. I like his service, particularly the angle that we've got from our commentary position. You can see it, it's like a curveball that he's throwing. It floats through the air, goes one way and then the other, and it's very difficult for the opposition to read. And I'd have him as the Tekong for the remainder of the group games, and then quarters, semis, maybe even the final if they get that far.
Into the net yet again, Malaysia. What are you up to? Azwawi has committed quite a few of those, and now it's also match point right now for Myanmar.
Match points, 6 of them. Be interesting to see where this service goes, presumably over the wall. Kept alive absolutely beautifully. That was a great service, and I thought they were going to win that on service, but it was wonderfully retrieved by Amirul Zazwan, going all the way back and then put it up nicely into the mid-court for Shahaluril to put away. Very deep spike. Now, though, they've got 5 match points still to save, and this one is on their own service.
Malaysia still alive, still alive. The previous point, just the way the retrieve was executed by Amirul Zazwan, I think that was something that would give them confidence. It's still a long road ahead. They still have to get 4 more points.
That's 3 points in a row that have been won by the number 22, Shahal Ril. That one there, it was really by the skin of their teeth. It was an excellent rally. I think Myanmar getting a little bit nervous as they try to close this one out. And Shahal Ril, number 22 there, he's really stepped up. Thinking, well, where were you earlier on? So 3 match points saved. Another one to come on their own service. And as you said, they've gone for a change in Tekong. On the line, the hands, yes, the hands were down from the line judge. That's 4 that they've saved. This is incredible for Malaysia.
Absolutely incredible, just the way they've fought back. And if they get 2 more points, then we move into a deuce, setting it up for a 17-point game.
Ready?
Yes, if it gets to 14 all, then it's 2 points clear. And if we get to 16 all, it's golden point. So, match point number 5.
This has been some incredible work by Malaysia. You've got to appreciate the kind of fight that they've shown. It started off with that retrieve from Amirul Zazwan, and since then the momentum has shifted in Malaysia's favor. I've quite enjoyed this fight back.
Pressure now on Nur Azat. Can't afford a fault. The save, the set, the spike. Kept alive again. Half a dozen match points saved. This is absolutely incredible from Malaysia.
And we can hear the roar in our commentary box. All the spectators who've assembled, the other teams who are here applauding this incredible fight back by Malaysia, saving 6 match points. Myanmar will now feel the pressure. They'll feel under the pump because the momentum is clearly with Malaysia. The confidence is with them. And now as Myanmar get ready to serve, what will be going through their mind?
Well, you've got to wonder why the Myanmar coach didn't call a timeout at about 14-11 or 14-12 when it was Malaysia's turn to serve as well, just to let the nerves creep into their head for an extra minute. 6 points in a row. 6 match points in a row. There's a beautiful camera angle here. See what the server's going to try to do. That one bounced, and now we've got a set point for Malaysia. Who'd have thought that 2 minutes ago?
None of us. But Malaysia believed, and they've fought back incredibly hard. Once again goes to show the kind of powerhouse that they are in the sport of Sepaktakraw.
They were dead and buried about 3 minutes ago, 14-8 down. And now here they are with a point to take it to a third and final set.
Mohammad Noraiza to serve for this set.
And they've done it. They've done it. They have won the second set 16-14 on the back of 8 points in a row. And we're going to go to a decider.
An incredible and absolutely thrilling fight back there by Malaysia. Once Myanmar got to 14, one would have assumed that they would wrap up this encounter. But here we are, heading into a third set, and it's set up.
Actually, I've slightly got it wrong. It used to be 2 points clear, but now it's first to 17. So Myanmar, they were still alive, but there we go. That puts any doubt out of the way. 17-14, Malaysia take the second set.
That's 9 points in a row that they've won, and it was some incredible display. Yes, we saw a lot of athleticism, acrobatics, obviously everything that you associate with Sepaktakraw, but talk about character. Malaysia have just come back. It's 1-1 here.
2 minutes rest.
All English so far. Do I throw in a bit of Hindi or just... Have you? This is just the kind of action that we want to see at the
Players, time
ISTAF
is up.
Sepaktakraw World Cup
Players
2025
in.
here
Third
in
set.
Patna, Bihar.
Malaysia serve.
Myanmar were
Ready.
coasting to a victory, but then out of nowhere, Thailand have pulled a rabbit out of the hat. It's 1-1, and we head into the third set.
Yes, Malaysia really turning things around there. 9 points in a row. Excellent from them, but incredibly passive, incredibly nervous from Myanmar. They will be kicking themselves there. All they had to do was get 1 point on the opposition service, and they had 3 bites of the cherry to do it. And completely and utterly fair. Where were the spikes like that in the last 9 points of the second set? All well and good
Service
pulling them
over.
out now, but that's what they needed to do when they were 14-8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 up.
Hansen too with the serve off the net, but it continues.
Point. Malaysia.
That one was in. I'm very impressed by Shahal Ril.
Ready?
Really stepped up in the dying embers of the
Ready.
second set. What should have been the dying embers when they were 14-8 down, and he got them
One.
almost single-handedly
Sorry,
from
two.
14-8 to 14-11
Sorry, one
with
all.
3 spikes in a row.
No problem.
If he
Continue.
can carry that form
One.
over and just making sure
All.
that the scoreboard gets up to date. It's actually 2-1. 1-1 in fact.
In.
That's a good one
Point.
there by
Myanmar.
Wunazor. Wunazor was absolutely brilliant in the first 2 sets,
Service
wasn't he?
over.
He was up until the final 9 points, and then we saw absolutely nothing of him.
2.
He needed to be a little more decisive towards the end of that second set, and they may well come to regret that, Myanmar.
Thailand get that as Myanmar
Malaysia.
unable to block that one, and somewhere Myanmar have got only themselves to blame because they sort of allowed the door
Service
to
over.
open for Malaysia, let it ajar a little bit because they were a bit defensive. If they could have just gone for the kill, then I think right now
2.
they would have been sitting in the locker room celebrating.
I think Malaysia have been allowed to play themselves into form. There are a lot of faults on service early on.
Out.
And of course,
Point.
as soon as I say that, there's
Myanmar.
another one from them, ironically. But they've played themselves
Service
into
over.
a bit of form, and they're looking the sharper of the two at the moment.
3.
Myanmar now are going to have to
2.
wrest the initiative back.
Net. Point. Malaysia.
Change ends after every set,
Service over.
and we're into a third and deciding set. So once we are halfway through it, we will change ends again, just to make sure that there are no
3.
advantages to be had. Obviously, we're indoors, so it's not as
All.
if the sun's shining more from one end or the wind's coming in from one end, but you never know. There might be something about the flooring or the lighting, so you make sure that every team gets the same opportunities, and we'll swap around halfway through this set.
In.
Straight onto
Point. Myanmar.
Mohammad Noraizat. Of course, the ball isn't as hard, but when it comes at you with some force, surely it's got to hurt a little bit.
It is going to hurt that when you take it on the face. You see a lot of them, a lot of the players block with their backs, back of the head. You see a lot of teams using the head as well. You can use your head as much as you like, and teams like Iran tend to play headers a lot more often. The ball used to be woven out of
Injury
rattan,
timeout.
and now it's
Injury
plastic,
timeout.
and
Baseline.
all of the
Don't go
top-level
out.
competitions, the
Don't go
balls
out.
are provided by
Don't go
Marathon.
out.
So you can see the little marathon board in the background there to illustrate the point, and they are quite painful if you take one right off the face. They're very
Very good.
light and
Ready,
thin,
players?
very well designed, and float through the air very nicely. But yes, if they float through the air and come straight at you when you're only halfway down the
Malaysia.
court and they rattle off your face, then they leave a bit of an imprint.
Myanmar.
तो म्यांमार और मलेशिया के
Ready?
बीच में है ये मुकाबला ISTAF
Four.
सेपाक्टाक्राव वर्ल्ड कप 2025
Three.
में। म्यांमार ने पहला सेट जीता था, दूसरा सेट फिर मलेशिया ने जो जबरदस्त फाइट बैक करके जीता। और यहाँ हम तीसरे सेट में हैं जहां पर दोनों टीम धीरे धीरे फाइट कर रहे हैं और अभी 4-4 की बराबरी चल रही है। हमने काफी बेहतरीन ऐसे स्पाइक देखे हैं पूरे प्रतियोगिता में और ये मैच में भी वही बरकरार है। मेरे साथ यहाँ कमेंट्री बॉक्स में ड्रू लिली है जो कि सेपक टकराव काफी देख चुके हैं दुनिया भर में, and I'm going to get him into the discussion obviously because a lot of our viewers watching this sport fascinated by the kind of athleticism that's on show.
Excellent block there at the net. That's exactly what they need. A point, one on service. Noor Azat coming up with a great block. We'll see him there on the right of your screen with the back. And the great thing about blocking with your back, you need two people to go up there, someone to stretch out a leg and the other one just with your back. Your back's obviously very straight, and so the ball isn't going to fly off and go out beyond the confines of the court.
He had that spike-like service again.
Malaysia.
Again going Malaysia's way. Just one question for you. Earlier, we saw that Noor Aizat was serving for Malaysia and a lot better. But they've also gone back to their captain time and again, Amirul Tazwan, who's committed a lot of faults. So maybe it would make more sense to have Noor Aizat, but I guess just limped off the field, maybe just adjusting his shoe. Would you go with Noor Aizat or continue with your captain? I think Noor Aizat would be the better option.
He looked the better option midway through the second set, and
Injury timeout, Malaysia.
through the skipper early
Number
on
3.
committed a lot of faults. He seems to be serving a lot better now though, Amirul Tazwan, the number 8. And once you get into a rhythm on service, then it's like riding the hot hand. If someone's in a rhythm, then you just stick with them for as long as you can, because you can get into a rhythm on serving, you can get out of a rhythm as well. So it's important to go with whatever's working for you at the moment. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
He's got a bit of help from the physio. The magic sprays come out. He's got to put his shoe back on. They allowed such breaks, of course, and the referees also monitor whenever an injury break is taken. Malaysia will, of course, prefer that Noor Aizat continues, and he's fine now.
Yeah.
ये अभी वापस आएंगे फील्ड पर।
Mop, please.
थोड़ी सी उन्हें चोट लगी थी, तो इसीलिए अभी वापस आते हुए नूर आइज़त, जिन्होंने काफ़ी अच्छे सर्विसेज किए मलेशिया के लिए, और मलेशिया यही उम्मीद करेंगे कि जिस प्रकार का मोमेंटम उनके साथ रहा है वो यहाँ पर बरकरार रहे। 6-4 की बढ़त। The Indian team, they're in attendance, and of course everyone wants to watch them play. The home team after all. Having said that, Malaysia have opted for their captain again to serve. It's Amirul Tazwan.
Ready? Malaysia serve. 6-4.
It's Azwawi who's serving.
Net.
Again
Point.
into the net. Drew.
Myanmar.
Again, Azwawi has committed those errors. Why would they go back to him? He just doesn't seem to have that confidence today.
Well, it's his job, and you're meant to stick with the person whose job it is. If you've got a Tekong in there, then you're meant to stick with the Tekong. And you don't want to pull somebody as well, because that can be a real blow to their confidence. If your job is to be the Tekong and then all of a sudden it's getting a bit close here, I'm going to put someone else in, then that's a bad look for you, a bad look for the team. So you need to show confidence in your players.
Ready, stop, captain.
Find themselves 2 points to the good at the moment.
15 seconds. Okay, warning.
And yes, Azwawi will continue.
7, 5.
They prefer the height of Noor Aizat on the wall, up front.
In. Point. Myanmar. Service over.
Attempted block there by Malaysia. मगर point जाएगा अभी म्यांमार की ओर. म्यांमार 6-7.
7. Baseline players.
No, it's
Baseline
chair
players.
and I think we're going to have
Baseline,
this
change
should be the
sides.
change of ends. Yes, once you get to
Change sides,
8,
please.
which is halfway through the set or halfway towards winning the final
the
sets,
court,
then the
please.
teams change ends.
In the court.
I can count up to 10, by the way.
Inside.
So there we go. I can't get up to 15. I'm going to have to learn how to get up to 15. Or indeed, even up to 17,
Ready?
because that's as far as we might end up having to go.
8, 6. In.
Very good service, just clipped the net
Myanmar.
on the way over, and they almost kept that one alive,
Service over.
Malaysia. Still a point to the goods. And they'll be looking to get that 2-point buffer again
7.
as they receive service here.
It was Zaw in Khan with that finish.
Beautifully dinked over the top. That's something I do like to see. Shahalril once again. The opposition,
Service over.
obviously, they're there at the net, stretching out the legs. You can see 2 of them stretching out a leg, and he just taps it over the top with the
Ready?
sole of his shoe. Beautifully done.
That's what, it isn't only about power when you're playing or when you're
9.
trying or attempting the spike or the roll spike. Sometimes with that awareness of where your opponent is, just try to tip it over the bar. Just get a bit of put on it.
Malaysia with a chance to put this one away now. And you could hear the Malaysians in the crowd going Satu, Dua, Tiga, 1, 2, 3 as that was saved, set and spiked to perfection. Once again, it's the number 22. He's really stepping up for them.
Absolutely fantastic. And I think earlier in the rally, we saw number 22 execute a fantastic block as well, where there was a good hard shot by Myanmar, but he managed to block it well and put it across the net.
4 points clear now. 4 points to the goods and just 4 points away from taking a match that by rights they should have lost about 10 or 15 minutes ago, Malaysia.
And such a victory in the early stages of the tournament certainly can boost the confidence. Malaysia still 4 points adrift. They'll want to get there, but knowing the fact that they've fought back, oh, that's amazing for team morale, isn't it?
In. Point.
It's the same player again. It's a bit unfortunate, poor old Noor Azat.
Service over.
Putting his body on the line, his face on the line. That's twice in a row there. As we say hello to Dato Abdul Halim Kader, who has been the president and he's been the driving force behind ISTAF, behind World Sepaktakraw for decades now. Discretion the better part of valor there. The advertising boards, they're not overly solid, so if you try to step on top of them, they will collapse underneath you. So the right choice made there rather than chasing that one over the boards.
Ready?
Yes, rightly pointed out. I'm just coming from a tournament where I've seen numerous players crashing into those hoardings, and then we had to stop play because they had to be attended to.
That's 3 points in a row now for Myanmar. So it was 11-7, back to 11-10. A crucial point coming up here for Myanmar on their own service.
Ball please.
A crucial point indeed, and Khan's did too. Would you expect him to put that acrobatic serve in again as a tekong, or just go for the stable one, put it across the net?
Going to float one just above the wall, I think, right down the line. That's what he tries to do. He tries to He plays with the fine margins. He tries to get a
Malaysia.
tape service in there. He looks for a service
Service
that's going to
over.
clip the line, the outside line there. And we can see the problem is when it
Ready?
hits the tape as well, it's going to deviate.
Ready?
He's got that curveball type of service, and that one was always drifting wide, and that's a crucial point
12.
that he's gifted to Malaysia.
10.
Are they going to be able to win themselves over the line, or is it going to be a case of waiting for mistakes from the opposition?
Point Myanmar.
Myanmar just closing in the
Service
gap,
over.
and this game has been a real humdinger. It's now 11-12 in the third set. The second
11.
set, it set it up with
12.
that comeback by Malaysia. Once again, Drew, you spoke about those fine
Point.
margins. Flirting with
Malaysia.
those fine margins, you either end up a winner, or
Service
sometimes
over.
it can be a little bit embarrassing where you'll think, oh my god, I could have just got it past the line, given my team a chance.
Well, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, because if you put a neutral service over there and just play a rally ball, then you're giving the opposition the chance to save, set and spike incredibly comfortably. So you do need to ask questions of the opposition on service.
Change in Tekong for Malaysia.
Point.
Myanmar taking care of
Myanmar.
business on receiving from the
Service
receiving
over.
end, but they need a big service here. He's been lining them up. Can he get one that
12.
clips the tape and just dies
13.
on the way over?
He does, it just deflects the net and goes past.
In.
But once again,
Point.
it's a fantastic
Malaysia.
finish by Malaysia,
Service over.
and they are now a point away from winning this match. It is match point. Can
Ready?
Myanmar just manage to reduce the deficit, just the way Malaysia did
Ready.
in the previous game? Set.
Match point. 14.
2 match points,
12.
one of them on their own service and then one of them receiving. How many are they going to need? Well,
Net.
they're going to need both.
Point.
I'm not
Myanmar.
too disappointed
over.
with that attempted service. Again, they're trying to get it on the tape. So 1 match point saved, and now trying to
13.
save the second match point
14.
on your own service. They're going down the middle this time, and it goes into the net. Heartbreak. You never want to see a match end on a fault, but that is exactly what we've had, and Malaysia have snatched victory from the jaws of defeat and taken this one in 3 sets, 15-13 in the decider.
An absolutely fantastic comeback by Malaysia. Who would have thought midway through the second set,
Malaysia.
they lost the first set 15-10, then made a remarkable recovery. They were down 14-8 and then managed to surge ahead and
Ladies
win
and gentlemen,
that
match
second
number
set. And in the
17,
third set, a
third
close
set,
contest.
Malaysia
But here we are, Malaysia 2,
15-13.
Myanmar 1,
Winner of the
and they
match,
march ahead in the
Malaysia,
ISTAF
2-1.
Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025.
Good one. Very good.
और ये मुकाबला मलेशिया ने बेहतरीन तरीके से जीता, एक जबरदस्त फाइट बैक दिखाकर, और 2-1 से ये मैच अपने नाम कर लिया। और यही तो बात है ISTAF सेपाक्टक्रॉ वर्ल्ड कप 2025 की। मगर पिक्चर अभी बाकी है मेरे दोस्त। ड्रू, more action in store.
Indeed, a couple of teams from, you'd say the second tier, really, rather than Southeast Asia. We've got other Asian teams, Nepal versus Japan.
it has been an incredible fight back by Malaysia. Halfway through the second set, they were dead and buried. But then they just resurrected themselves, marched towards victory. Drew, this is the kind of quality that we want to see. But now we move to the next game. It's between Nepal and Japan.
That's right, Nepal and Japan are in Group C. It also features Indonesia and Brazil. So you'd have to say that Nepal and Japan are the ones battling out for second spot. You'd expect Indonesia to get through.
Like the mighty Everest, they stand tall. Aerial kicks fierce as a storm. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Team Nepal.
There's Nepal for you. Roshan Tamang, the captain, he was absolutely brilliant in their previous game against Brazil. And we expect similar action from him this time. Bhattarai, Thapa, Magar, they will be the starting lineup. But they've only got the one substitute in Sanampun.
Shouldn't be too much of a problem for them. It's only best of 3 sets, so they should be able to make it through with just the one substitute.
Jaw-dropping aerial kicks straight from the land of rising sun. The samurais of Sepaktakraw, let's welcome Team Japan!
Well, I love that entry. What a way to announce themselves. And there's Japan for you, led by Mito Ikki. But they've got 2 substitutes on the bench, unlike Nepal, who they'll be facing now. Kigo and Masaki on the bench. And along with Ikki, on the court, they'll have Yota, Shuma and Hirokazu. I've seen a bit of both teams, and this promises to be a very good game. There's the Nepalese team, led by Roshan Tamang, who's wearing the captain's armband on his on his left arm. And it's, of course, one of the teams who started well in this tournament. Here's the Group C, as we were saying, Indonesia, Nepal, Brazil and Japan. As we get ready for this game, once again, we'd like to thank Bihar government for their fantastic support in getting this event together here at Patna. We are at the Patliputra Indoor Stadium. This event is also supported by the Bihar State Sports Authority and the Bihar Khel Vibhag. Both teams exchange pleasantries and now they are ready. We'll just wait for the cue from the referee so that we can get underway. It's really great that we've come to this wonderful city of Patna. It's a very historic city in our culture here in India. A city that was home to one of the biggest empires in the ancient world. And with all that history, you see that around the city as well. And now, as Patna emerges as one of the cities in India, it's definitely great that an event of this magnitude is being hosted here. दर्शकों को ये बता दें कि नेपाल और जापान के बीच में है ये मुकाबला मेंस स्क्वाड इवेंट में, यानी कि हर टीम में 4-4 खिलाड़ी मैदान पर उतरेंगे। ये है ISTAF सेपाक्टाक्राव वर्ल्ड कप 2025। ये रहे इस मुकाबले के रेफरी और अभी इन्होंने संदेश दे दिया है खिलाड़ियों को कि शुरुआत किया जाए इस खेल का। प्ले इज अबाउट टू स्टार्ट, एज आई सेड इन हिंदी जस्ट नाउ।
Yes. Come in. Low. On. Out. Nepal. Low. One. Japan.
You're absolutely right. In fact, you ask any former player who becomes coach in any sport, they say that coaching is tougher because they feel that they don't have control. As a player, at least you can do something about what's happening out there.
Japan. Two. One. Japan. One.
Roshan Tamang, the designated Tekong and captain of the Nepalese team. Start again with a spike-like serve. An attempted block there, but it was quite a good finish by Japan. Micho Iki, I think.
4-1. Nepal. Two, four.
That was beautifully done. That was absolutely wonderful there, just flicking that one over the net. Incredibly difficult to do as well. That's a sunback spike, the right foot going over the right shoulder. It was a big ask there because it wasn't the best of sets. They were desperately going back to try to retrieve that one.
That was an engaging rally. Really, really engaging. And Rabin Bhattarai tried to finish it off with that spike, but unfortunately for Nepal, he put that far and wide.
2-6.
You can see that kind of persistence from Japan as well.
In ball. Point Nepal.
That was a good serve. Roshan Tamang, the captain, placing it to perfection.
6-3. Out. Point Japan.
Once again, Bhattarai puts that far and wide. It was too far wide, in fact.
3-7. Ball.
That one just allowed to float long. Very good judgment there from the Japan team to leave that one 5 points clear.
8.
Japan with
3.
a bit of a Sepaktakraw culture that they've managed to create over the past couple of decades. It's become a university sport. So all of these players will have learnt their craft at university, since it's become a university sport, and they get the opportunity to play it whilst they're doing their studies. You can see it's quite a young team out there as well, but with Terashima
9.
Takeshi as their coach. He's not an old man either. He's in his late 30s, I would say, but he's one who went through the university route
Japan.
as well, and then played for many a year. He was their captain for a good number of years, the one in the back in the green, and he's obviously passing on his knowledge.
Time
But
out.
they've got
Nepal.
a really good university club system that they play through, and that's why Japan, I think, are making the better start here.
Yes. Yes.
Japan taking a good lead here, 10-3, 7 points clear of Nepal. Nepal will know that this is a different test before them. They got past Brazil quite easily, but Japan, as you just mentioned, have got that culture, and that's the thing about Japan, isn't it? Once they pick something up, they've got the culture, they really
Point.
go all in.
10.
We saw that
3.
with football in the 90s, the way they grew, and today Japan is one of the good teams in Asia.
Yes, Japan, when they decide to do something, they tend to do it very well. They don't do things by halves. If they don't think they're going to be one of the best at something, then they decide to focus on something else. And it was interesting that they decided to have Sepaktakraw as one of their sports, but in a country where you do have martial arts as well. This is almost like martial arts, but with a ball. And I suppose it was a logical choice for them to pick it as a sport and say this is something that we can eventually dominate in.
3.
And they are dominating this game so far. और यहाँ जापान ने 12-3 से बढ़त ले ली है, मगर इस बार सीधे नेट में मारा और इसके बदौलत नेपाल को पॉइंट मिलेगा। तो 12-4 से जापान लीड करते हुए, दर्शकों आपको बता दें कि जापान में एक बहुत अच्छा स्ट्रक्चर है, जैसे अभी मेरे मित्र ने यहाँ कहा कि उनके यूनिवर्सिटी में ये खेल खेला जाता है और वहीं से ये टीम आती है, इसीलिए आपको कई युवा नजर आएंगे इस टीम में।
Nepal.
That ball flies out onto court number 2. Good attempted block, but it's always difficult when you block with the head. The head obviously isn't flat, it's round, and you can see how that comes off at an angle.
That's very well done. Very well done. I think it was Anil Magar from Nepal who set it up with that good header. In fact, it was just a deflection more than anything.
It was cleverly done because the ball ended up coming over the net more quickly than expected, and then rather than going for the save set spike, just nod it down there into the open space. But if he can do the save set spike, then it's always the best way to go, and that sets up 8 set points for Japan.
6. 14.
As Japan faced their match point, it will be the Nepalese captain Tamang to serve, and they'll get it. The first set goes Japan's way. जापान ने पहला सेट अपने नाम कर लिया है 15-6 के मार्जिन से, और यहाँ उन्होंने बता दिया है कि वो कितनी मजबूत टीम है। 1-0 से बढ़त ले ली है नेपाल के विरुद्ध। एक 0 से बढ़त है जापान की, और अब वो शुरुआत करेंगे दूसरे सेट की सर्विस के साथ। नेपाल को यहाँ फाइट बैक करना पड़ेगा, मगर पहले ही पॉइंट में वो स्पाइक मारने के प्रयास में उन्होंने नेट पर ही गेंद मार दी। सो इट्स 1 लव जापान स्टार्टिंग सेकंड सेट।
Excellent service there, beautifully done, curving through the air there from Roshan Tamang. Not often you win points on service, but they're going to have to win quite a few of them in this second set if they're going to turn the match around.
Kobayashi Hirokazu, has he put that a little bit wide? Yes, he has.
Might see one of the line judges here, probably not actually, since it was down the end that the camera operator is at, but it's much like tennis. The palms are flat if the ball is landed in, and then the palms are raised if the ball is out.
Japan get that. Yota tried to play that in, and both the Nepalese players were up on their feet trying to block it, takes the deflection and goes out. It's 2-all.
Reasonably cleverly done there, rather than the save set spike, just nodding it back. The ball came over the net at a nice height, and you can put it into sort of a corridor of uncertainty, to use a cricketing term there. It was into no man's land, and difficult for Japan to scurry around. Even though they've got 4 players when you're playing quadrant, still a fair bit of court that you've got to cover. So nodding it back can take your opponents by surprise if they're expecting you to do the 1, 2, 3.
There's a good example of the save set spike that you were talking about.
Yes, and it wasn't very well done by Nepal. The set was too far away from the net. The killer always wants the ball to be right above the net for them to roll over and put away. And then Japan did the save set spike to perfection. Good service there, though.
Hirokazu will continue to serve here as the Tekong for Japan.
That one dribbles over the net. I think the 2 players were almost touching one another, touching the net. You're going to see this beautifully here on the camera angle, and there are times when the ball can almost get stuck between 2 opposing players' heads. Nicely done by Japan there, winning a point on their own service. Can they win one on their opponents? Yes, they can.
Once again, Yota in business. You spoke earlier about the fact that the feeders would want the set really close to the net. Obviously, you want it close there. Isn't it because then you can hit it as hard as you can and the other team won't have the margin to react?
Well, you can hit it hard as well, but if you look at the net, it's 1.55 m high, and then you've got about 5 meters, 4.6 meters the other side of the court, and obviously it's all about the geometry as well. If you're having to spike the ball from a long way back, then you can't kick the ball as hard as you would like, because it needs to get up and over the net, so you end up lobbing it back if the set isn't perfect. Whereas if it's right over the net, then you can just smash it, put it right down, and that's why they're called killers, because they can kill the point.
It's 6-all in the second set. तो ये दूसरा सेट चल रहा है और पहला सेट जापान ने जीता था 15-6 से. इस बार नेपाल और थोड़ा अच्छा प्रदर्शन करते हुए, हालांकि अभी बढ़त ली उन्होंने 7-6 की, क्योंकि हिरोकाजू ने उस सर्विस में गलती कर दी, सीधी नेट में मार दी. रोशन तमंग, he's got a good serve actually, the Nepalese captain.
Good service indeed, and a .1 on service, making it 8-6. This is the first time that Nepal have had any kind of a lead.
तो ये मुकाबला चल रहा है नेपाल और जापान के बीच. अभी टाइम आउट समाप्त हो चुका है. नेपाल पहली बार इस मुकाबले में एक बढ़त लेकर आगे गई है. 8-6 से है ये दूसरा सेट. पहला सेट तो उन्होंने कन्विंसिंगली हारा था जब जापान ने ये बताया कि वो बेहतर टीम है. मगर जो मेरे मित्र हैं, इन्होंने यहाँ काफी सेपाक टकराव देखा हुआ है. मैं इनसे सवाल पूछूंगा आपके लिए. माय क्वेश्चन टू यू इज, there are times when possibly the weaker team may get ahead. In those moments, do they feel the pressure? Because they're like, hang on a moment, we didn't expect this. How do we maintain that?
can be the case, and that's why you take timeouts, just to get them thinking about things, get them in their own heads. And there we go, the timeout works.
Absolutely, Japan get that point. There was an attempted block there by Nepal. Goes off the back and outside the court.
Well, you take the timeouts, make sure that the momentum is wrested back from your opposition. Interesting to see what the call is here. It's gone the way of Nepal. I think one of the Japanese players touched the net in the process of playing the last shot.
तो दर्शकों आपको बता दूं कि जो पिछला पॉइंट था वो शायद मिला नेपाल को क्योंकि जापान के खिलाड़ी ने नेट को छुआ.
Well, 2 points in a row for Japan, then 2 points in a row for Nepal. Excellent block with the back. Want to get a good big flat part of the body up there when you're trying to block. Don't want it there, and that's an absolutely perfect example of it. It was as if I had asked Takata to illustrate my point there, and he did to perfection.
Absolutely, very well done. There was a coordinated jump from both the feeders and the way they blocked it, marvelous. And as we see, Nepal 11-8, they are ahead, maintaining that lead of theirs. Off the head, it's set up.
And the roll spike there, bouncing and going under the net as opposed to over. Japan need a point on service here.
11.
Because onto the net.
10.
It's 11-all. So Japan have managed to claw their way back and have leveled things up.
That's right, it's going in, points are coming in blocks. 8-6 became 8-all, 11-8 became 11-all, and now 12-11, so 4 points in a row for Japan. And it will be what you were talking about earlier, Nishad. You get nerves when you're in the lead, nerves when you're getting towards the end of a set here. And it looks like we're having another timeout, another 1 minute timeout.
यहाँ नेपाल की टीम अपने कोच से बात करते हुए, क्योंकि जब पिछले टाइम आउट के बाद खेल आरंभ हुआ था तभी नेपाल की लीड थी, मगर जापान ने जिस प्रकार से इस मुकाबले में वापसी की है, भाई वाह, 12-11 अभी ये है आंकड़ा. जापान आगे है और दबाव नेपाल पर है. And let me bring my friend once again into the conversation. And that pressure that I was talking about,
11,
I think we saw a bit of it with Myanmar in the previous game as well.
That's right. Myanmar with 6 match points. That's something they're going to be thinking about when they go to bed tonight. They could have defeated the mighty Malaysia 2 sets to love. Took the first set and were 14-8 up in the second, and then lost 9 points in a row. You will get teams losing 9 points in a row, but it's rare for 6 of them to be match points. Tight one here. We are at 12 all. If we get to 14 all, then it gets reset, and it's first to 17. Good service. 0.1 on service, particularly when it's 12 all. That's worth its weight in gold, it really is.
Well, Tamang has generally been very good with the serve. I saw him in the previous game against Brazil as well, very consistent. And Hirokazu at the other end. And that's a fantastic one. Full credit. Rabin Bhattarai wins that point. And right now, Nepal leading 14-13.
Set point for Nepal.
13.
Need a good service here. It was a great spike. It went through the 2 blockers. And they take it. Nepal take the second set, 15-13, and we're going to go to a decider once again.
बढ़िया भाई, मजा आ गया जिस प्रकार से नेपाल ने इस सेकंड सेट में बराबरी कर ली है। 15-13 से जीता इन्होंने सेकंड सेट और 1-1 की बराबरी कर ली है इस मुकाबले में। ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 में ये मुकाबला भी रोमांचक नजर आ रहा है, क्योंकि नेपाल ने जो फाइट बैक करके वापसी करके यहाँ बराबरी कर ली 1-1। पिछले मुकाबले में भी हमने देखा था कैसे वहां मलेशिया स्ट्रगल कर रहे थे और वहां उन्होंने कमबैक कर लिया और वो मुकाबला जीता। अब ये तीसरे सेट में जाएगा ये मैच। नेपाल और जापान दोनों अपने कोचेस के साथ है। वो रहे जापान के कोच, जैसे मेरे मित्र रू ने यहाँ कहा, तकेशी, जो कि उनके खिलाड़ी रह चुके हैं। What's he going to tell his mates over there?
Takeshi is going to be telling them to get back to what they were doing in the first set, which is just do the basics, make sure the sets are close to the net rather than a fair distance away. Ask a few questions on service and just win the points that are there to be won. There are a couple of times when they weren't quite sure of their blocks towards the end. They weren't setting up and using all 3 touches. You've got 4 players, but it's 3 touches. Same in doubles. It's always 3 touches. It's doubles, regu, which is 3 aside, or quadrant, which is 4 aside. Use those 3 touches. Save, set, spike, 1, 2, 3. get back to the basics, and, well, whichever team does that better in the third set is going to win it.
Roshan Tamang starts off. An early point there for Japan. It was courtesy that spiked by Yota. You just spoke about the basic. That's always the solution, isn't it? Go back to basics. Don't try to complicate it.
Everyone does it in every language when they're playing Sepaktakraw. When it's Bahasa, it's Satu, Dua, Tiga, and I'm pretty sure the Japanese will go Ich, Ni, San, just 1, 2, 3, Ik, Dua, Tin. Just do those three, the save, the set, the spike. That's the way you win points.
I struggle with counting in 2 languages, let alone 5 or 6. I don't know how many languages you can count in.
Japan.
I'm sure we'll see the French doing 1, 2, 3 when they play. We've got the Germans, they'll be doing 1, 2, 3.
I love this, absolutely love it. But Japan, right now, 3-0 ahead. It's got to be Hirokazu to serve again, and he does it well. Very well, in fact. I think that talk by Takeshi may have just helped them.
It's tough as well when you end a set on a high like Nepal, and it was 11-all, it was incredibly tight, and they ended up winning it 15-13, and you almost want to carry on straight away. Well left there, well left. That was a good attempted block, but well watched, and all of a sudden 5 points, 5 in a row for Japan. Nepal would have been thinking, let's just carry on. Okay, 15-13, just give me the ball. I want to serve again. I want to carry on playing. And then you've got to change ends. You've got to reset. Japan have had a time to reset. One team was in a rhythm and has lost it. Another team gets into a rhythm, and all of a sudden 6 points in a row.
Well, this is in a microcosm to one of the philosophies a coach told me, a renowned international coach, where he said that don't stay in the same place emotionally for too long.
Ball to Japan.
And you can apply that in a game like this as well, where you may be on a high emotionally that you have done well in the previous set.
You can't be an elephant. You've got to forget. You've got to forget the point you've just lost. You've got to forget the set you've just lost. You've got to win 2 sets, and if it's not working, you need to take a timeout, and that is what Nepal have done.
Nepal just trying to break momentum with that timeout. Takeshi just telling Japan to continue the good work. Nepal have to regroup, and as you said, you can't be an elephant. Don't have that memory. Forget about the point that you lost. In fact, keep the point that you won as well behind you, and don't get carried away with that as well. Just maintain the confidence. That's all you can take, that takeaway from that win.
We've had a 1-minute timeout, and we're going to have a change of ends pretty soon because we're into the third set, and once one of the teams gets halfway to victory, so over the 7.5 point mark, so to 8, then there's going to be a change of ends. Nice little timeout there from Nepal. Obviously, you've got to do something when you've lost 7 points in a row, and why not do it when your opponents are about to serve, because it can put them off the rhythm. And that's what happened. But there we do indeed have the 8th point, and we will have a change of ends.
तो जब भी थर्ड सेट होता है तो आपको ये बता दे कि दोनों टीम अपने छोर बदलते हैं. तो जब भी तीसरे सेट में अगर एक टीम 8 अंक तक पहुंचती है तो फिर यहाँ पर छोर बदले जाते हैं. आपको याद होगा जी, जो पहला और दूसरा सेट था दोनों टीम ने एक एंड पर खेला था, मगर ये तीसरा सेट है और इसीलिए एक इक्वल सा एडवांटेज मेंटेन करने के लिए ये छोर बदले जाते हैं. यही एक लॉजिक है सेपाक टकराव में.
Nepal serve. Wait. 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 Serve Nepal.
Hirokazu to serve.
Come. Nepal
Wonder
serve.
what the chat is about. Oh well, it's got to go to Tamang. Referee's just ascertaining
Give it
who
to them.
actually served the last
Japan
point.
to serve.
Got to be Japan to serve again because it was 7-0 into the tie break, into the timeout rather. Japan then had the fault on service.
Ball.
And there's another one.
Point Nepal.
It's tough as well, changing ends to serve as well. Speaking of tie break, it's almost like a tiebreaker in tennis, where it can be 3-2 and you have to serve one from one end and one from the other.
Point Nepal.
So an ace, that one allowed to float in, and 7-0 becomes 8-3, and all of a sudden it's Japan who are going to get a little bit nervous. 7 points are going to feel like a big gap as they try to inch their way towards victory. Nepal, though, well, they've halved the deficit.
4, 8. Out, point Japan.
The first point for Japan after the break. 9-4 now. They are only now 6 points away from winning this match
9-4.
as Hirokazu gets ready to serve.
Nicely done. That was a very well angled spike there by Robin Batarai. Knew where his opponents were right in the middle, and he angled it away from them. See all 4 Japan players putting their hands up there as if they were the line judges, saying that that one had gone out.
10-5.
Japan move into double figures off the net. That serve,
Japan.
and Nepal put that into the net. An attempted spike by Anil Magar.
5-11.
Wasn't the best of sets, and he was falling away from the nets and away from the ball.
Five. Nepal.
Little help from the tape there. Nepal will take everything they can get at the moment.
6-12. Nepal.
And that's what you do. You aim for the tape. The tape can be your friend. You aim for the marathon logos on the net, and the ball will die on the other side.
12-7.
Great defensive work from both teams there. Both times the Tekong had to go a long way back to save the ball and ended up setting it very close to the net both times, and it's Japan who get the point, and they are just 2 from victory now. Make that 1, make that 7 match points.
7 match point, and as I see, Japan have actually changed their Tekong. It's going to be Yota. Even in the previous serve, it was Yota. Just gets it over, and that's it.
Players at the best
Victory
line.
for Japan.
Perfect tape service on match points. It's what you want to do. You aim for
Let's
the
go
tape,
by.
top of the tape,
Japan.
and if you get it with enough power,
6:15.
it'll have the momentum to
15,
take it
13,
over, die on the other side, almost
7:15.
impossible to return.
Other teams.
And Japan take a match they probably would have hoped to have won in straight sets, but the most important thing for them is the 2 points for the victory.
तो लीजिए, अभी जापान ने ये मुकाबला जीता है 2-1 के मार्जिन से। और ये जो ISTAF सेपाक्टाक्राव वर्ल्ड कप 2025 का कारवा आगे बढ़ता हुआ, और अगला मुकाबला होगा 21वां विमेन क्वाड्रेंट इवेंट में भारत और ईरान के बीच। भारत और ईरान का है ये मुकाबला, और विमेन क्वाड्रेंट इवेंट में ISTAF सेपाक्टाक्राव वर्ल्ड कप 2025 जो कि पटना बिहार में खेला जा रहा है। हमने अभी तक काफी बढ़िया मुकाबले देखे, जहां पर हमने फाइट देखी, हमने वो एक डिटर्मिनेशन देखी कि जिस प्रकार से एक टीम जीतना चाहती है, और फिर वही जो हम बात करते हैं जिस प्रकार से एथलेटिसिज्म या एक्रोबैटिक्स होते हैं। और यहाँ विमेन क्वाड्रेंट इवेंट में ग्रुप ए की अगर बात करें तो चाइना, मलेशिया, ईरान, नेपाल और भारत मौजूद है। मेरे साथ कमेंट्री बॉक्स में मौजूद है ड्रू, just having a look at this group, some good powerhouses in this lineup.
Very tough one. Look at that. China, Malaysia, Iran, Nepal, India. Incredibly tough. Only 2 teams are going to get out of the group. Very, very tight.
With calculated moves and swift momentum, let's welcome Team Iran.
ईरान की अगर बात करें तो ये रही उनकी लाइनअप। मरियम इनकी कप्तानी करेंगी और सब्स्टिट्यूट इनकी एक ही है भाषा के रूप में।
And now, let's make some noise for the team that carries the pride of 1 billion hearts. Let's welcome the home team, Team India!
और ये रही भारत की टीम, मेजबान टीम। माईपाक देवी इनकी कप्तानी करेंगी। इलांगबॉम देवी, प्रिया और ओइनम देवी उनके साथ टीम में मौजूद। सब्स्टिट्यूट बेंच पर मेनूनू सुकुरू और एलिजाबेथ देवी होंगी बेंच पर। तो भारत जैसे अभी प्रवेश कर रहे मैदान में, आपको नजर आएगा या आपको सुनाई देगा कि दर्शकों में उत्साह है। We could hear the loud cheers because they are the home team. The crowd has assembled here to support the home team, and that's going to really, really help these girls, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's going to be like a 5th player out there. They need to win this match. We're saying it's a tough group. Only 2 go through out of 5. It's actually 2 out of 4 because China have failed to produce a team for their matches thus far. So it's between Malaysia, you'd say India also. You'd say they were second favourites at the very least to get through this group. And why not actually win this group? India, in terms of women's Sepaktakraw, they've been around for a good number of years. During the years of the ISTAF Super Series from 2011 through to 2015, India started to have a women's team. They had a men's team from quite early on, and then a women's team came through after that. Iran were always in the ISTAF Super Series as a men's team, and it's only more recently that they've had a women's team as well. A lot of that is down to the fact that they've got very good infrastructure there, and they've got good people trying to promote the game there. Ali Fouladirad is he's on the ISTAF and the ASTAF, the Asian Sepaktakraw Federation. He's on the board, and he's here. He's been part of the organising committee here, and he's been a driving force behind Iranian Sepaktakraw, both for men and for women.
A few prayers before India begin, and you could also hear a cheer for Iran. In fact, I just had a look at the Iranian team when they played one of their matches earlier in the day, and I must say I was quite impressed with their fighting spirit. And as you mentioned earlier, that they have done a lot of work in their country and a lot of headers being used, maybe a bit of football influence. I saw that with the Brazilian men's team as well.
Yes, you get a lot of teams, a lot of countries that come to Sepaktakraw that weren't born and bred to the sport, as it were, and you see them tend to use their heads a lot more, and it can be, it's to take the ball earlier, to ask questions of the opposition a little bit earlier, rather than the safe set spike, the 1, 2, 3. You can try to take the opposition unawares with a well-directed header.
Well, talking about the Indian team, they are ready. And this is a tradition here in India. In any sport, you first seek blessings from the court and then you enter. It's a tradition we see across different sports. You've seen some of the legends of the game also do this.
Ready?
तो यहाँ अभी सबसे पहले तो सर्विस की शुरुआत करेंगे ईरान.
Holiday. Left. Up.
राजानी की सर्व थी और यहाँ ब्लॉक करने का प्रयास असफल रहे और पहला पॉइंट, the first points to India, and you can hear the roar around the crowd.
Yes, it was a delayed roar. I couldn't quite see whether Priya had got a header over the net or under it. And in the end, I think she just let that one go through, and it was a perfect leave. Knew exactly where her off stump was. And it's Iran's turn for a perfect leave this time around.
Well, you're in India, so you've got to make the cricketing reference, don't you? Leave it outside the off stump, judge it, know where the corridor of uncertainty is.
Interesting to see that Iran are going with Rehane Razani as their tech-on at the moment. She's the one who started their earlier match against Nepal, and she didn't serve particularly well, and she was replaced after that. So it'll be interesting to see how long a leash they give her in the tech-on in the serving position.
2, 1. Iran.
And this is exactly what we saw from Iran earlier in the day as well. I saw one of their matches. Of course, they didn't win that, but you could just see a kind of a resilience from them, where they will continue to fight, they will try to do their best, and that's what impressed me about them.
2, out.
Too high on the foot, I think, while trying to attempt that service. The Tekong over there, again, not the best start for her. At what point do you think they will consider, hang on a moment, maybe someone should take on the mantle?
Sooner rather than later, the opposition. That's all.
Well,
and here we do indeed have the change of Tekong. It came, as we thought, sooner rather than later. So it's Mariam Moradmanesh who's gone back for the service.
India extend their lead to 5-2. And by Chauba Devi, that spike winning the point for India. The home crowd approves every point, cheers every point. That was Priya. She set it up herself and finished it herself. You don't see that often, but when you pull it off, it looks brilliant.
Yes, there are times when the killer ends up having to set for themselves, or the feeder can also think, hang on, I haven't put this in the right place, I'd better take it myself. So they're swapping here, Iran, going from one Tekong to the other.
One of the things that I really like about Sepaktakraw, and this is across categories, is the way each point is celebrated, each point is welcome.
3.
Just to keep the confidence up. Look at that. That was very well done. They pumped the air in delight. It was Arandi.
Getting almost a player's eye view from the recent camera angles.
4, 6. India.
The crowd has turned up here at Patna to support the Indian team. We are in Bihar, the state of Bihar, which has done a lot to support the sport of Sepaktakraw. Hosting this World Cup, they have been backing it alongside the Bihar State Sports Authority. And you can also see on the Indian jersey the word Bihar. That's the kind of support, and this support will continue. Just as the crowd roars and supports its home team.
4, 8.
into the net this time, and Iran get that point. And it's so wonderful to see different sports coming to the fore here in India. We'd love to see. As an Indian, I can tell you that yes, I grew up on cricket. I do most of my work in cricket, but we want to see everyone do well, each sport, because kind of sacrifice, the training it takes. And if governments like we see here in Bihar support sport, it's only going to help the country grow and move forward in international competition.
Well, India's been on board with Sepaktakraw for well over a decade now, both in terms of the team and also hosting an event in Delhi back in, trying to cast my mind back, was it 2012 or 2013? I think it was 2013 was that event. And obviously a World Cup in Hyderabad in 2017. So very much been on board and part of the Sepaktakraw family for a decade and a half now.
Iran now go back to their original tekong. And that's very well done. Again, it's Priya with the finish, placed very well. It was hit hard and down flat.
You can see how close to the net she is. That's the main thing. It's where the set is put for her. A couple of times she's missed a few, and I think the Iran staff have seen enough at the moment. They've called a 1-minute timeout.
Thank you.
तो दोस्तों यहाँ भारत ने पहले सेट में बढ़त दी है, 10-7 से आगे है ईरान के सामने। हालांकि हम ये भी कहेंगे कि ईरान ने थोड़ी सी वापसी कर ली, कुछ अंक अपने नाम कर लिए, मगर ये देखकर तो पता चलता है कि भारत की टीम थोड़ी सी और बेहतर है, एक और डेप्थ सी नजर आती है। और अब टाइम आउट के बाद तैयार है भारत अपने सर्विस के साथ।
Great service, wonderful service. You could see it spin through the air, very difficult to pick up.
There's the spin that you were talking about, and that's why it wasn't easy to block or defend it and then set it up. In fact, the defense railed it over and outside the court.
Those of you looking at the wall there and thinking it must be an incredibly tall side if they're standing that tall over a 1m55 net. It's actually a little bit lower in the women's game. It's 1m45.
Ready? Captain. You have to do that. You next time you are ball now. Okay. Right.
यहाँ लेरिंगटन भी तैयार है भारत के लिए, सर्विस कर रही है। इंडिया हैव टेकन द 12-7 लीड इन दिस फर्स्ट सेट। Too far. MMA Arandi wanted to hit a spike, but it deflected off the foot, went far out, and India continued to build on their lead. It's now 13-7. Before the timeout, it just looked like Iran were in better shape than they are after.
No second services in this sport, and that means 7 set points for India.
It was Razani again. She hadn't started all that well, but in the middle phase, she was serving a lot better. Now India serving for this set. A bit anticlimactic, just onto the net. I think the crowd was ready to cheer even before India had won the point.
It was a very neutral service, but they got away with it. They just floated it up there and said, okay, your turn to do save, set, spike, and if you can do that well enough, then you'll win the points. And India couldn't on that occasion. Back to Lady Tonbi, what can she do from service?
It was a very good service. That was out. I wonder why she's hit that back in. But doesn't matter because India win the first set. For a moment, you thought that India may have committed that error by getting that ball that was far and out. But sometimes it's that nerves as well, right?
Well, the rule is if you think you can play a decent shot, then you play it. And that's exactly what they did. And they ended up winning the point and the set.
All the best, Team India. Bihar Ratya Patya. That's the hashtag. Best of luck, Team India. And we can see that hashtag as well. The crowd of Bihar has welcomed all the teams at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 with open arms. This is a big event, supported by the Bihar government and of course the Bihar State Sports Authority, including the Bihar Khel Vibhag. अब जबकि भारत ने 1-0 की बढ़त दी है और ये देख लीजिए भारत की संस्कृति, भारत का कल्चर आपको इसी तस्वीर में नजर आएगा. Wonderful to see India's culture being showcased as well, as young children have come to support their national team. As India get ready for the second set with a service.
It's a reminder for those of you who may have been joining us just for this particular match or even partway through this match. It's best of 3 sets, so 2 sets to win, and it's first of 15 in each of the sets. They're in a group of 5 and the top 2 will make it through to the semi-finals.
Too far out for India. In fact, it's interesting that Iran have continued to back Razani as their tekong. Earlier, we saw in the first set that they also turned to Emimia Randi a few times, although her service, as you pointed out, isn't quite conventional.
That one called out by the Indian players and finally called out by the touch judge. As we see the head of the Indian Federation, Yogender Dahiya, and then to our right, his left, is Kun Bunchai Lord Pipat, who is the president of the International Sepaktakraw Federation.
Here's a replay of the previous point, just letting it go through just past the line, which is why the point in India's name. Yes, in fact, they've challenged the call. I think it was out.
I think most people in the stadium think it was out, but you've got challenges. You can't take them with you. You can't stick them in your pocket and use them later on in the tournament. Let's have a look. That would appear to say it was out, yes. Beautiful judgment there.
Yes, wonderful by Chauba Devi over there. You've got to really appreciate the way. It was almost tempted to play that at the last minute to use another cricketing ideology. Get the bat out of the way in time.
One, two.
So the president of the Indian Federation and then of the International Federation there.
Out. High. Milan.
It's 2-all. That spike a little bit too wide. तो दोस्तों ये दूसरा सेट चल रहा है, 2-2 की बराबरी है. भारत अभी सर्व करेंगे. Two players converging on the ball, and that's what causes the error for Iran.
It was a wonderful service once again from Leritonbi. I do like, it's great when you've got a good tekong who can fire the ball down. She'll have a good look at where the opponents are setting up and try to fire it in between them. Hit the ball where your opponents aren't. That's the long and the short of it. And it doesn't have to be hit that hard, it's just the placement. Little toe poke over the top, but into no man's land.
Whoa!
Leritonbi is ready now. Can she deliver one of her trademark serves? Again, just over the wall. Leritonbi tries to keep that in, tries to defend, but it was hit well enough. That's another point for Iran. I've observed this in the previous game as well when I saw Iran play, that at the beginning they tend to show that fight. And it's fair to say that as a match proceeds, towards the end, the better team manages to impose itself.
Another one of those self-set, self-spikes from Priya. She likes doing those. She knows exactly where she wants it.
Yes, very well done. The second and third touch by Priya itself. Leritonbi continues. And that's a good serve. Unable to defend that Iran. A lot of school children in attendance. I'm sure it's going to inspire some of them to take this game up.
3, 6.
Certainly hope it does inspire the local kids and also kids far and wide. So big hello to anyone watching around the world on streaming services. And this is very much a World Cup. The Indian Sepaktakraw Federation and Yogender Dahiya, the president who we saw earlier was very keen to get as many countries involved as possible, which is why we've got the likes of the United States and Brazil over from the Americas, and we've also got New Zealand from down in Oceania, and then Italy, Poland, France, Germany, Switzerland here as well from Europe. Truly is a global sport, truly is a World Cup.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what we want to see at the Sepaktakraw World Cup. More and more countries coming to the fore. Once again, Razani commits the error with the serve.
Yes, you think it was time for a change of Tekong again for Iran. Don't want to change Tekong if you're India, though. This is just getting better and better from Leri Tombi.
For the moment, it looks like Iran will continue to back their Tekong. On occasions, even in the previous set, we saw Mia Randi actually take up the mantle a few times, although she almost seems to feed it forward. The attempted block by Iran goes onto the net, and India move to 9-5.
Difficult skill blocking because you can't touch the net while you're doing it. So you can't go up and have your... You obviously don't want to... They've done very well there. You can see how close they were to the net, because you don't want to leave any space between you and the net. But you can't touch the net on your way up.
Talking about blocking, here's a question that I'd like to ask you. Is it a high risk, high reward kind of approach?
6, 9.
Well, you do occasionally see teams, particularly when there's 4 players, when it's quadrants, you can just go all the way back and say, okay, we're just going to sit back, and 4 of us will try and dig out a spike that you've fired in our direction. But it is, yes, if you go forward for the block, then you are trying to keep the points short. Either you block it and win the point yourself, or it goes flying off and you've lost the point. It's the more efficient way of doing things, because trying to dig out a spike, it's almost impossible. You could see there how difficult it is to try to get your balance from one way to the other. We saw Razani there trying to get a balance from one foot to the other to try and dig out the ball, and it's incredibly difficult to do if you're just sitting back and waiting for your opponents to spike on you.
And Lerin Tonbi, she's been absolutely brilliant with her serve, and once again, a timeout.
Hands up. Here in. Six, 11.
तो इंडिया ने बढ़त दी है 11-6 से, और यहाँ शुरुआत भी फिर से कर ली है टाइम आउट के बाद. 12-6 हो चुके हैं. So Drew, India look well on course to finish this game and win the points as well. Get those points in the bag.
Exactly, tough group that we were talking about earlier. You've got the likes of Malaysia, in there. We're expecting China, but it could well be that India are going to set the place in this Group A and get the better of the two semi-final matchups. Group B features Vietnam, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Japan, Thailand. So that's a real group of death as well. Only two teams making it out of that one. Favourites obviously Vietnam and Thailand. Iran staying alive, winning a point on service as well. An absolutely perfect tape service from Leritondi sets up 7 match points for India.
Match point.
7 match points for India, and when they get this in the bag, the crowd will erupt in joy here at the Patliputra Indoor Stadium. And that's it. India have beaten Iran 15-9, 15-7. It's been a performance that the crowd that has assembled here will be proud of.
Well, best of luck, it said on that banner. I don't think they needed luck. It was all skill and all efficiency from India. A great performance by them.
तो भारत ने 2-0 से ये मुकाबला तो जीत लिया है, मगर अभी भी आगे मुकाबले बाकी है ISTAF सेपाक्टक्रॉ वर्ल्ड कप 2025 में। अगला मुकाबला विमेन क्वाड्रेंट इवेंट में आपको नजर आएगा म्यांमार और जापान के बीच। ये भी बहुत अच्छा मैच हो सकता है। It's the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 और हम हैं पटना बिहार में। बहुत ही अच्छे मुकाबले देखे हमने और अभी आपको और एक मुकाबला हम उसका सीधा प्रसारण आपके लिए लेकर आ रहे हैं सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क पर। म्यांमार और जापान के बीच है ये मैच।
They are fierce, they are powerful, and they are here to dominate. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Team Myanmar.
और अभी म्यांमार है तैयार। ब्यूतान है कप्तान। हिन हिन वाई, यांग मून जिन और पू सब्स्टिट्यूट्स इनके पास दो है, ओंग और थी।
Like a high cube, elegant and powerful, and they are here to dominate the Sepaktakraw ground. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Team Japan.
और ये रही दूसरी टीम जापान। जापान है तैयार। हमने इसके पहले इनकी मेंस टीम को देखा था और बल्कि उन्होंने अच्छा प्रदर्शन तो किया था। This is the Japanese unit in front of us, Drew.
What I like about Japan, same with the men's team, is that you've got a former international who is coaching them. It's Chiharu Yano, and she was around all the way through the ISTAF Super Series years, much along the lines of Takeshi Terashima, her male counterpart, and she'll have been passing on all the knowledge and all the experience that she got playing in the original 2011 World Cup and then in the ISTAF Super Series from 2012 to 2015.
The crowd has built up here at the Patliputra Indoor Stadium, and it's because India were on show today and they played a fantastic game against Iran. It was dominant, it was complete, and yes, some of the boards, as you said here by the fans, said best of luck. They didn't need the luck because they were precise.
Okay.
These were the boards that we were talking about. All the best to India. But Drew, a performance that will give them a lot of confidence as well.
Incredibly impressive. I was really delighted by the way India played. They were up against opposition that they were meant to beat, and they did, and they didn't mess around. They didn't drop a set. They weren't taken to double figures, kept their opponents in single figures in both sets. Very, very good serving from the number 12 there in the middle of your screen, Larry Tonby. I was very impressed by India.
2025 at Bihar,
Yes,
India.
a very impressive performance. And
Match number
we see
23.
numerous schoolgirls have
women's
come to
section
watch this
between
game.
Myanmar
And as I said
and
during the
Japan.
previous game, I hope that
On
they
my
are
right
inspired.
side,
दोस्तों कई बार जब आप एक बड़े
on my
खिलाड़ी
left
को
side,
देखते हो ना
Japan.
तो
Watching.
आपको भी वो प्रेरणा मिलती है कि आप भी जाके कुछ वैसे करें। हमने जैसे मिल्खा सिंह को देखा था, सचिन तेंदुलकर को देखा था, विश्वनाथन आनंद को टेस्ट में देखा, उनसे अगली पीढ़ी को वो एक प्रेरणा मिलती है कि हम भी जाकर दुनिया में अपना नाम कमाएं। That's exactly what we hope we get from the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025.
Ready, Myanmar? Ready?
And as we begin, Japan are ready to serve.
Out.
So Myanmar get the first point.
Myanmar.
Japan just putting that spike a little bit too far wide. we've just got to get used to this, because the last game, it was incredibly loud. Gone a little bit quiet now.
Yutan, the Tekong there, and we know exactly what she's going to do. That net is 1.45 meters high, and you could see that her three teammates were protecting themselves because they know she's going to aim for the very top of the tape. Totally different service from what we're seeing there from Makio from Japan. We know that Pugh is going to aim it right for the tape, and there is Chiharu Yano. Lovely to see her still involved.
2-1.
Myanmar women will also take a lot of lessons from the men's game that their counterparts had played earlier in the day, where Myanmar, they were in control of it, but then lost it when Malaysia roared back to victory. They saved match points in the second set and then went on to win the game. So the Myanmar women will know that they've got to maintain that intensity right through.
Three strong block at the net by Japan. You can have the two-person block, the two-player block, where two players will jump up and stretch out a limb perpendicular, a leg perpendicular, so they're almost at right angles. Or you can have the what we're seeing now, and that worked absolutely perfectly by Myanmar, the three-player block, where you've got three sets of backs, three spines, and then the shoulders out to do as flat and as wide a rectangle as possible for the block.
2-4.
Three players forming the wall on the net. The serve was a little bit low. Set up very well, but blocked brilliantly by Japan. This time, Myanmar on point.
Well, the problem with there are two problems with doing the three-player block. And one of them is that if you're not right together, then you can part the Red Sea. The ball can go through and you can thread the needle, and that's exactly what was done there with a very good spike there by Yamong Zin. The other problem is that if the opposition strikers, the killers, they get wise to it and they think, well, I'm just going to dink it over the top, or I'm going to put it down at a 45-degree angle, left or right, and you can just avoid those blocks.
Point Myanmar.
Myanmar continue to march forward, extend their lead. In fact, I've also got to say, as they move to 7-2, that the Tekong, Pugh Tan, she's been quite good with her serve from behind the baseline.
As you can see, she's still going for the low services, and you saw her teammates get out of the way there. Reminder, the net's 1.45 meters high, and if she's aiming for the marathon logos there. So if she's aiming at the heads of her teammates, as we look at the Polish, or part of the Polish contingent there. So she's aiming at the heads of her teammates. So it's a dangerous business when you've got a Tekong who prefers to serve that way.
Japan.
And also, we've got to talk about the heights of the players forming the wall as well. Earlier in the day, when I was watching the Sri Lankan men's team play, they've got two players who are, I think, 6-footers. And their Tekong was trying to get the ball over them. Sometimes they had to duck as well. Off the back, Japan win the point at last.
Point Japan.
So yes, is it advantageous to have the taller players up on the wall?
4-8.
It is good, particularly when you're having the two-player block, because,
Point Myanmar.
as mentioned earlier, the players will stretch out their legs and try to cover as much of the net laterally, and if you've got long limbs to do that, then that's ideal.
Point Myanmar. Time out, Japan.
There's a timeout right now, and we'll take a short break and be back soon.
Japan this side, Japan. Okay.
तो पहले सेट में म्यांमार की बढ़त है 10-4 की। बहुत अच्छा खेला है उन्होंने, उनकी सर्विस बहुत ही बढ़िया रही है। उनकी फ्यूठान जो कि टेकोंग है, दर्शकों आपको बता दूं कि सेपक टैक्रो में जो सर्व करते हैं उन्हें टेकोंग कहा जाता है। ये कोई भी कैटेगरी में लागू होता है, रेगू में भी, यहाँ क्वाड्स में भी और डबल्स में भी। मगर अभी जापान है तैयार इस टाइम आउट के बाद शुरुआत करने, और जैसा आप स्क्रीन पर देख सकते हैं पोलैंड की भी टीम यहाँ आ चुकी है। That was loopy and well done, wasn't it?
The three-player block, and saying that it's got to be right together so that it can't go through, and even when you're right together, if the striker, the killer on the other side is clever, and that is exactly what we saw there. Beautifully done with the sole of the shoe there by Mong Zin. Just dink it over the top and there's nothing anyone can do about it. And then a more conventional block there by Kiyosawa. Stuck out a leg and that sent it right to the back of the court. That's a perfect conventional block there.
I quite like the way the Myanmar striker finished that with the sole of the foot. We haven't seen that often so far today.
Point Myanmar.
Obviously, it's I say obviously, it's something you wouldn't think about unless you play Sepaktakraw, because you're never upside down in real life or in any other sport. But if you can use the sole of the shoe, that's the flat part, and it's not going to come off at an angle. It's not going to hit the laces, the instep, whatever. It's perfectly flat. You can bat it back over.
Service.
That's what makes this sport really unique, isn't it? You are suspended mid-air, you're upside down, and then you've got to also land properly.
Point Myanmar.
Myanmar get that point. I was actually having a chat with Pramita just around ringside, and we were discussing about this. It's not just about the spike, but also about how you land. Make sure that you don't injure yourself, and that's an art in itself.
Point Myanmar. Change.
It's set point now. Myanmar के लिए ये set point है.
Number 3 out.
14-6 का.
Okay. 3 out, 9 in. Ready.
Pressure on the Japan take-on.
Right ball.
Tagami tries to find the line. I think she has found the line. So it's an ace. Myanmar ask if they're going to challenge. The coach says no, get on with it, just win the points. That's the way you win a set. Don't win it on a challenge. Yes, there we go. There comes the challenge. Why not? One challenge per team per set.
Right ball.
Lands in perfectly by Japan there.
Oh yes, absolutely, very well done. The Myanmar players actually let it go through, and it was just inside the court.
Can't quite see why the challenge board was raised and then no challenge came in. Perhaps it was too late. But it's too late now for Japan. That service nestles into the net. It's a fault, and Myanmar take the first set 15-8.
So Myanmar have taken the first set 15-8. They've shown superior quality in this game. और म्यांमार की अगर बात करें तो बेहतरीन तरीके से इन्होंने पहला सेट खेला. इनकी सर्विस काफ़ी अच्छी थी. फिनिश करना भी इनका बहुत ही लाजवाब. 1-0 से इन्होंने बढ़त दी है. तो म्यांमार बहुत अच्छा खेले थे पहले सेट में, 1-0 से बढ़त ले ली है। जापान को काफी सोच विचार करना होगा। अगर ट्रेडिशनली देखा जाए तो जापान की विमेन टीम ने इतना कुछ अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया नहीं है जैसे उनके मेंस टीम ने किया है उनकी हिस्ट्री में। मगर यहाँ म्यांमार जिस प्रकार से यहाँ खेल रहे, लग तो रहा है कि वो और एक मजबूत टीम है। हालांकि इस पूरे सेपाक टकराव वर्ल्ड कप में अभी तक हमने काफी सारे ऐसे फाइट बैक जरूर देखे हैं। एंड्रयू, म्यांमार बिगिन प्रोसीडिंग।
That one creeps over the net from Japan. Doesn't have to clear it by much.
One low. Point
That's into the
Myanmar.
net. Again, Drew, as you were talking about those fine margins, you want to get that serve just above the net. But you always run the risk of hitting it as well.
It's worth taking the risk, because otherwise you're just putting the ball over the other side for the opposition to save, set, spike.
Point
So it is
Myanmar.
worth, particularly when there are four people on the other side who can retrieve the ball, so it is worth gambling, trying to get a tape service. It's hit or bust, really. You can get the points. You either get the point with the tape service because it hits the tape and just dies on the other side, or it ends up being a fault. But I'm quite happy with players trying to get the service as low as they possibly can, just hitting the tape or just over it. I'm fine with that.
3-1.
Ruthan was remarkable in the first set. And as I say it, commentators curse. She's just hit the net.
Japan. Ready? 2, 3. Touch. Point Myanmar.
That just deflected off the Japanese player, which is why Myanmar will get that point. Rolling in the spike.
4-2.
But hit the defensive ball and went out.
Point Japan. Three, 4. Point
That's a good finish there.
I think they've got a read on it. They would be people on the other side of the net. 90% of the court was wide open for her.
Point Japan.
And that's the risk that you run when you're going to go for a 3-player block, isn't it? Because it leaves the court wide open, and even if you're setting up for a spike or a roll spike,
5.
you can just deflect it into that no man's land area.
Point Myanmar.
Or even just dink it over the top, over the net, which is what Myanmar did there. See it here on the replay. You have to be incredibly close to the net, and that one, perfect. Just loops over the net, get it up and over.
That's very well done. In fact, in contrast, the Myanmar players were quite spread out on the court, but even then, Japan, with that spike, managed to find it right in between 3.
That's
5,
the
6.
sunback spike. So right foot over the right shoulder or left foot over the left shoulder, and you tend to see more of that in the women's game. Men's game is usually dominated by the roll spike, where the body rolls around and you're almost side on, or at least at a 45-degree angle when you make contact with the ball.
Absolutely, I've noticed more roll spikes in the men's game. But do you think there's any reason that there's a difference in the spikes in the men's and women's game?
Out. Point Japan.
Male players tend to be taller with longer limbs, and so they can actually extend more. They can. It's doing this almost a cartwheel in mid-air, and that's more effective when you can do it.
Out.
That's out this time.
Wait. Japan.
And Japan, having said that, have taken a lead, 8-6. They've just quietly fought in this particular set.
Time out.
In the first
Myanmar.
set, if anything, it was just one-way traffic. And here's a short timeout by Myanmar.
Hello. Hello.
Myanmar, sensing that the momentum was going towards Japan, called out for a timeout. It's 8-6 to Japan. They've definitely performed better than the first set, where in the first set itself, they had gotten 8 points. Now they're leading with 8 points in their bag. In contrast, Myanmar have got 6. What's changed in this set? What do you think?
Myanmar haven't really been able to get into a rhythm.
Ready?
They rattled off a number of
6,
points.
8.
Serving as well, they gave up a few points on service with faults. What an excellent point this has been. This is an absolute showcase, this one. Saved by both teams incredibly well. Japan doing great defensive work, but Myanmar getting it over the line in the end.
Ball.
So winning a point on service.
Ready?
And now they're going to receive, so they'll be hoping to
8,
wipe out this
7.
deficit courtesy of the timeout that they've just taken. Each team has one 1-minute timeout per set.
Point Myanmar.
Myanmar having already taken theirs, and they put it to good use. Nice little header there into the open court rather than taking all 3 touches.
8-all.
Juthan continues to be the Tekong for Myanmar.
Fall.
Oh!
Fall.
Well, you might have counted
Point
5
Japan.
touches there. You are allowed to... It doesn't count as a touch when it deflects off a player. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was
9,
only 3 touches,
8.
but the 3rd touch didn't get it over the net.
Point Myanmar.
A couple of times that 3-player block hasn't quite worked, even though they're in the right position laterally. They're not quite close enough to the net,
9
and
all.
the Myanmar players know that, and they're just dinking it over the top, and it's dying in
Point
that little bit of
Myanmar.
that little channel of space in between the net and the 3 Japanese blockers.
As we head into double figures, Myanmar have finally taken the lead. They are
Timeout.
now 10-9.
Japan.
Sometimes that timeout can work against you as well, isn't it? And this time, it's Japan, I think, who've gone for the timeout.
टाइम लिखना टाइम थोड़ा सा देख लेना टाइम No. Hello. Hello. Player out, player. Player.
तो ये रहा अभी म्यांमार और जापान का स्कोर आपके सामने स्क्रीन पर। पहला सेट तो म्यांमार ने आराम से जीता था 15-8 से, मगर अभी दूसरे सेट में शुरुआत में जापान लीड लेकर बैठे थे, मगर म्यांमार ने अभी वापसी कर दी है 10-9 से। अब क्या ये अगला पड़ाव इस मैच का आखिरी पड़ाव होगा? सवाल यही है। I believe this could possibly be the last phase of this match unless Japan do something.
Point.
Well, done something there. The three-player block has worked this time around. They were really close to the net, but jumped a little bit too early, or rather, I think it was clever play there by Monzin, delaying the ball coming over, but the block, they were still that close to the net, the Japanese players, that they managed to get it over the net using the head rather than the back. 2 points in a row for Japan, so Chiharu Yano's timeout has worked to perfection. They're not out of the woods yet though. They need
11,
to
10.
They really would love to win a point on their own service here.
Out. Point.
Deflected
Myanmar.
off the wall, and that's gone out. It's again 11-11. Japan, Myanmar fighting for every point in this second set. It's of course a lot more important for Japan that they pull this set off and stay alive in this game.
11 all. Point Japan.
Just tried to execute a back kick there, Fyutan. Wasn't quite able to get the heel underneath the ball and locked it up.
Incredibly well done by Togami.
11.
It was a sunback dink, I think I'd call it. It was what was meant to be a sunback spike, and she ended up just tapping it over the top. 2 points in a row for Japan, and all of a sudden they are indeed just 2 points away from taking this to a third set.
Point Japan. Point Japan.
Well, if it moved to a third set, it would be absolutely incredible. All the games that we have had
13.
today, some of them, in fact, a couple of them
11,
have
13.
been absolute humdinkers, which went to the
11,
third set,
13.
especially that men's game
11,
between
12,
Malaysia
11.
and Myanmar.
Just having to sort out the scoreboard. The scoreboard top left of your screen in the stadium
11,
went to 12 all, then 12-13, but it is 13-11 for Japan. And with an absolutely perfect spike at the net there from Togami, all of a sudden it's 3 set points for the Japanese team.
It's been a wonderful effort by Japan and the kind of comeback that they made. Now it's the last point. Remember 14, what happened in the men's game
11.
between Myanmar and Malaysia, sorry.
Set point number 1 saved.
Back then, on that occasion, the Myanmar men were on the receiving end when Malaysia made that incredible comeback.
This is the big point.
Ready?
This is the
12,
big
14.
set point for Myanmar on their own service. Pyutan. Tan it is who keeps it alive.
Point Myanmar.
And that one was deflected there, so they've really have managed to stave off defeat in this second set. You'll see it's deflected there by one of the
14,
blockers
13.
by Makio. So third and final set point. Can Myanmar go 1, 2, 3? They can indeed. They've saved all 3.
Point Myanmar.
And now we are set up for a 17-pointer.
Yes, when he gets to 14 all, it used to be that you had to be 2 points clear. Now it's merely first to 17, and that's 3 in a row for Myanmar. Can they keep on this roll, keep the momentum going?
Point
Japan say no, and it's been very impressive from Togami, the diminutive striker, number 9. She's got the striker's jersey, the number 9, and she's really stepped up in this
14.
second set.
Dinatsu serves.
Point.
What could be interesting here is that it's not 2 points clear, it's just first to 17. And so at 15 all, it's Myanmar serving, and if we get to 16 all, it's going to be Myanmar serving. And as we've seen, the advantage is with the team that's receiving. So who can win a point on service in the next 3? And there we go, it's Myanmar.
Point, Myanmar.
And out of nowhere now, Myanmar have got match point. If they win this, the match is theirs. And quite a reversal in fortunes when compared to their men's team earlier in the day.
The save, the set, the spike, the block goes out, and Myanmar finally get it over the line. They did it the hard way in the second set.
And coach and manager.
Saved 3 set points, turned it around, and they won it 15-8, 17-15.
Coach and manager.
और ये बेहतरीन कमबैक कर लिया म्यांमार ने। एक समय पर तो लग रहा था जैसे कि जापान यहाँ पर जीतने वाले हैं और उनके पास 3 मैच पॉइंट थे। म्यांमार ने सबसे पहले तो वो मैच पॉइंट बचाए और फिर 17 अंकों तक ये चला गया मुकाबला और ये मैच फिर अपने नाम कर दिया। और ऐसी जो हम कम्पिटिटिवनेस की एक अनुमान या फिर एक आकांक्षा करते हैं वो हमें यहाँ सेपाक टकराव वर्ल्ड कप में नजर आएगा। अब दोनों टीम फिर से एक दूसरे को ग्रीट करते हुए ऑफिशियल्स को भी अपना एक सम्मान देते हुए अभी वो मैदान से जाएंगे। मगर ये भी एक अच्छा मुकाबला जरूर था। हालांकि म्यांमार ने ये मुकाबला 2-0 से अपने नाम कर लिया। It may have been a 2-0 victory. The scorecard may suggest 2-0, but it also sometimes doesn't reflect the kind of fight that Japan showed. Scoreboard, or rather numbers, at times can be deceiving.
Well, the problem is if you don't take your opportunities, then you end up regretting it, and at the end of the day, 2-0 is what it is. Japan, with those 3 set points in the second set, they will certainly be nursing some regrets when they go home tonight. They're in a very, very difficult group that also features Vietnam and Thailand as well as Sri Lanka. And in terms of women's quadrant, Vietnam were the absolute pick of the crop once this was introduced as a format, winning the King's Cup in 22 and 23. Thailand won in 24, so it's an incredibly tough group that they find themselves in. But Myanmar will be delighted to get the 2 points from that match.
तो म्यांमार ने ये मुकाबला जीता है 2-0 के मार्जिन से। ये है ISTAF सेपाक्टाक्राव वर्ल्ड कप 2025 पटना बिहार से। आप देख रहे हैं लाइव टेलीकास्ट। ISTAF सेपकटकराव वर्ल्ड कप 2025 का ये कारवां बहुत बहुत अच्छे तरीके से आगे बढ़ता हुआ हमने पिछला मुकाबला देखा था, जहां पर म्यांमार ने जापान को हराया विमेंस क्वाड्रेंट इवेंट में। आज हमने भारतीय महिलाओं को भी खेलते हुए देखा था, उन्होंने ईरान को हराया था। अभी यहाँ पाटलिपुत्र इंडोर स्टेडियम में ओपनिंग सेरेमनी की तैयारी चल रही है और कुछ ही समय में आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री बिहार के श्री नीतीश कुमार आएंगे। ये जो ओपनिंग सेरेमनी है सेपकटकराव का स्पिरिट सेलिब्रेट करेगा और हम बड़े खुश नसीब है कि बिहार के आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री नीतीश कुमार यहाँ आने वाले हैं कुछ ही समय में। अभी कोर्ट में प्रमिता है और वो एक इंटरव्यू लेने वाली है, तो जाकर देखते हैं वो किससे बात कर रही है।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us the man of the hour, the president of Sepaktakraw Federation of India, योगेंद्र दहिया सिंह जी। सर नमस्ते। भारत में सेपकटकराव का जो सफ़र रहा है वो कैसा रहा है, और जब आपने ये शुरुआत किया था उस दिन को याद कीजिए और आज इस पल में कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
जब ये शुरुआत भारत में हुआ था, आज से जब भारत में इसका शुरुआत हुआ था, मुझे वो दिन याद है। 1982 एशियाई खेलों में एक प्रदर्शनी खेल के तौर पर आयोजित हुआ था। उसके बाद 1984 में भारतीय सेपकटकराव संघ का गठन हुआ। उसके बाद 2006 एशियाई खेलों में भारतीय टीम ने भाग लिया। उसके बाद वो सुनहरा दिन 2018 में आया जब एशियाई खेलों में भारतीय टीम ने पदक हासिल किया, और उसके बाद 2022 एशियाई खेलों में फिर भारतीय टीम ने पदक प्राप्त किया। और आज यहाँ बिहार पाटलिपुत्र इंडोर स्टेडियम में वर्ल्ड कप आयोजित हो रहा है। ये बहुत ही गर्व का क्षण पूरे सेपकटकराव परिवार और सभी के लिए है कि भारत में पाटलिपुत्र इंडोर स्टेडियम पटना में बिहार सरकार और भारत सरकार के सहयोग से ये आयोजन हो रहा है और आप सब लोग इसका आनंद ले रहे हैं। जहाँ तक सेपकटकराव की बात है तो मैं आप सब लोगों को बताना चाहूँगा कि भारत की पुरुष टीम इस समय वर्ल्ड रैंकिंग में 5 से 6 स्थान के बीच में निरंतर अपना स्थान रख रही है। महिला टीम भी 7 से 8वें स्थान पर बीच वर्ल्ड रैंकिंग की में है, और भारतीय टीम निरंतर प्रगति करती रही है। और सेपकटकराव खेल को भी निरंतर दर्शकों से, भारत के लोगों से, सरकारों से पूरा सहयोग मिल रहा है, और उम्मीद है कि आने वाले समय में सेपकटकराव अन्य खेलों की तरह एक अग्रणी खेल की श्रेणी में होगा। और हमारा प्रयास है कि इसके बाद एक प्रोफेशनल लीग में भी हम सेपकटकराव खेल की शुरुआत करें, जिससे हमारे प्लेयरों को वर्ल्ड के बेस्ट प्लेयरों के साथ खेलने का एक मौका मिले, एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिलो और उनको पहचान मिले, जिससे कि वो एक बूस्टअप होकर फ्यूचर में भारत को अग्रणी बना सकें। और पुनः मैं यहाँ आज बिहार सरकार ने जो सुविधाएं दी हैं, भारत सरकार ने जो अनुमति दी है, और जितने हमारे सहयोगी हैं उन सब का मैं आभारी हूँ। और तमाम ये आए हुए जितने दर्शकगण हैं, सबसे ज़्यादा मैं इनका आभारी हूँ कि वो लोग आज सेपकटकराव को सहयोग देने के लिए, सराहने के लिए यहाँ आए हैं। और उसी की बदौलत भारतीय टीम आपने देखा अभी अच्छा प्रदर्शन कर रही है, और उम्मीद है कि भारतीय टीम सभी इवेंट्स में कुछ ना कुछ पदक प्राप्त करेगी और भारत का नाम गौरवान्वित करेगी।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। आपका ये विजन जो आज ये स्तर पर हम देख रहे हैं वो बहुत ज़्यादा इंस्पायरिंग है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू सो मच। एंड विद दैट throwing it back to comms.
Thank you, Pramita. And it was really fantastic to hear from Mr. Dahiya, who's the president of the Sepaktakraw Federation of India. Just the kind of vision and the endeavors to help grow the sport in the country. He said that they've got support from the government, and that's incredible to see, particularly here in Bihar, where the Bihar government have backed the Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. We also have the Bihar State Sports Authority. Not to forget, the Khel Vibhag of the Bihar government is also here. There's support from the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports at the central level, and of course the Sports Authority of India. So a lot being done to help grow this sport. It's a wonderful sport. I've had a really great time so far at the Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. Well, Pramita has again got someone for an interview. Let's go and hear from him.
हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं रविंदर जी। सर नमस्ते, कैसे हैं? पहले ये पूछना चाहेंगे, भारत आज स्पेशली इतना अच्छा हमने टीम का प्रदर्शन देखा और खासकर ये आपके लिए एक बहुत गर्व का मोमेंट होगा। इस मोमेंट को प्लीज़ बताइए, सभी लोग यहाँ पे बेसब्री से इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं, क्या बताना चाहेंगे आप?
हम ये बताना चाहेंगे, हमारा माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी श्री नीतीश कुमार जी के द्वारा 3 साल पहले ऐलान किए थे कि बिहार में खेल एक आंदोलन का रूप लेना है। इसलिए हमारा खेल का एक अपना विरासत है। आप लोग बहुत लोग जानते नहीं हैं इस बात को। फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल जब देश के लिए लड़ाई लड़ना शुरू किया तो महात्मा गांधी जी ने चंपारण, जो बिहार में है, चंपारण सत्याग्रह से शुरू किए थे। उसी तरह भारत में ओलंपिक मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ तो अपने बिहार से शुरू हुआ है। और इंडियन ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन का ऑफिस पहले 10 साल यहाँ पर था, JRD टाटा और मोइनुल हक साहब द्वारा किया गया। तो उस खेल विरासत को हम लोग पुनर्जीवित करने के नियत से ये सब कर रहे हैं और ये सारा श्रेय बिहार सरकार को जाता है और ये बहुत गर्व की बात है, पूरा बिहार वासियों का है।
सर आगे इन दी अपकमिंग ईयर्स आप इस चीज़ को, इस सेपक-टकराव को कैसे देख रहे हैं?
मैं आने वाला दिन का मैं ये देख रहा हूँ, बिहार बहुत जल्दी एक मतलब खेल में एक सुपर पावर हाउस बनने जा रहा है और एक स्पोर्ट्स हब बनने जा रहा है। और मेरा उम्मीद ही नहीं है, पूर्ण विश्वास है, बिहार का खिलाड़ी 2032-36 ओलंपिक्स में भारत के लिए मेडल लेके आएंगे, ये मेरा पूरा उम्मीद है। थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। एंड विद दैट throwing it back to the comms.
There's the cup that they are all going for, the Sepaktakraw World Cup. We've got different categories here, of course. And there's the quads event in the men and women category. There's the Regu, where we'll see 3 players in each team on court. Then you've got the mix, which is a quad event, and then the doubles. The doubles features 2 players only on each team. And that's going to be very interesting for me to see as well, as much as the crowd will also enjoy the proceedings. Today, they've already enjoyed the high of an Indian victory.
It was a wonderful performance by the Indian women's quadrant team this afternoon. 2 sets to love. They won straight sets. That's what you want to do. You want to get on court, get off court as quickly as you possibly can. It's always good to get a bit of game time in your legs, but you don't want to be pushed too much when you're in a 5-team group. So you've got 4 opponents, round robin, you can have 4 matches, then the semis, then the finals. Big squad that India have got here, obviously, but a lot of the other teams, they'll be doubling up, trebling up, playing doubles, regu, quadrants. Teams that have travelled from all around the world, from the Americas, from Oceania, from Europe. And they have to make the most of the fact that they've come over here, so they'll be quite happy to play doubles, regu and quadrant.
All right, joining with me is the International Acting President, Sepaktakraw Bunchai Loripad. Welcome to you, sir. I would want to say, how are you feeling in India, first of all?
Very fantastic.
And I want to talk to you about the evolution of this spectacular sport that has such beautiful acrobatics and gymnastics along with the. How do you see it?
Yes, definitely. It's really, really attractive. And I think all the Indian players, they've done very well and should be very popular in India. Very exciting and very acrobatic. Yes, people will love it.
It's a different type of sport that involves so much of agility, it's so much of enthusiasm and so much of power. How do you see the future and prospect of this particular sport?
Will be very much growing, and the International Federation is moving toward to get recognized from the IOC, International Olympic Committee, to be in Olympic Games in very near future.
And sir, do you remember a particular moment when you started with this particular thing? Do you remember that day? Do you remember that moment? Would you like to share that with us?
Sorry again?
Sir, a moment with the Sepaktakraw sport, the day you came into the sport, would you like to share us some moments with that?
Oh yeah, this is a very lovely game and very attractive, yeah. And then I think all the youngsters, they like it kind of, you can, express something, you're confident or something of yourself to the public.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a pleasure speaking to you. Thank you so much. All right, throwing it back to the Thoms.
Well, thank you so much, Pramita, and it was really great to hear from all the officials behind the scenes. But we'll take a short break now, and we'll be back soon with a lot more here at the Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 में आपका स्वागत है और आप हमें देख रहे हैं सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क पर। सेपाक्टक्रॉ वर्ल्ड कप की शुरुआत तो बहुत ही बढ़िया रही है। हमने कुछ बेहतरीन मुकाबले देखे हैं और अभी हम तैयार हो रहे हैं ओपनिंग सेरेमनी के लिए। कुछ ही समय में बिहार के आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री नीतीश कुमार आएंगे और सारे जो टीम के कप्तान हैं उनसे भी मिलेंगे। मैच ऑफिशियल्स या रेफरी वो सब भी तैयार है। यहाँ कुछ ही समय में हम एक्चुअली एक ऐसा सेलिब्रेशन देखने वाले सेपाक्टक्रॉ का। बिहार गवर्नमेंट ने काफ़ी सपोर्ट किया है और उनके बदौलत सेपाक्टक्रॉ वर्ल्ड कप 2025 जो है पटना बिहार में खेला जा रहा है। बिहार स्टेट स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी को भी हमें थैंक करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि उन्होंने भी काफ़ी काम किया है ताकि ये विश्व कप यहाँ पटना में खेला जा सके। और बिहार गवर्नमेंट का खेल विभाग इन्होंने भी काफ़ी सपोर्ट किया है। दर्शकों में काफ़ी उत्साह है। आज इन्होंने ऑलरेडी एक बार भारत को जीतते हुए देखा है। It is going to be quite a colorful opening ceremony on show for you, which will also reflect India's colors, India's culture. You can see the tricolor already. Drew, you've been to many places around the world, but the kind of color and culture you see in India, you don't get that in too many places.
It's different. It's very different. The noises, the sounds, the sheer numbers of people, and so many sports that are played in India, and it's wonderful that Sepaktakraw has really been able to take a hold. A lot of that is down to the man we heard from a little bit earlier, Yoginder Singh Dahiya, who has been working behind the scenes to promote Sepaktakraw as a sport here in India for a good couple of decades now. I've seen him on his travels around Europe, all around Asia, promoting this sport.
There he is, the Chief Minister of Bihar, Mr. Nitish Kumar. He's greeted by the crowd and he waves back at them. He has come here to show his support for the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. It's always great when senior figures in the government come out and support a game that really wants to grow in the country. It brings automatic encouragement and a lot of spirit among the people. Nitish Kumar, one of the veterans of Indian politics, and he has been Chief Minister of Bihar for quite some time. He's now showing his support for Sepaktakraw with the World Cup here in Patna, Bihar.
आप सभी से अनुरोध है, कृपया राष्ट्रगान के सम्मान में अपनी अपनी जगह से खड़े हो जाइए। Requesting you all to kindly rise up for the national anthem of India.
जनगण
Nitish Kumar has now entered the field of play as he continues to greet everyone around the stadium. The little children have assembled just before him, showcasing India's color and culture. Now he's right before the Indian team, who also waved out to him. Children will now get a chance to interact with the Honorable Chief Minister of Bihar. A lot of them would have seen him on television, seen him in the newspapers, but here's a chance for them to actually meet him. And that is always a special moment for any youngster. Some of the overseas teams who have assembled here at the Patliputra Indoor Stadium also greet the Chief Minister from a distance. He is now alongside the mascot of the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. He takes his mask off for a moment. A bit of a cheer from the crowd as well. यहाँ ISTAF सेपाक्टक्रॉ वर्ल्ड कप 2025 बिहार में खेला जा रहा है। पटना का ये है पाटलिपुत्र इंडोर स्टेडियम और श्री नीतीश कुमार, जो कि बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री है, वो यहाँ आ चुके हैं। हमारे सामने और हमारे साथ यहाँ आकर सेपाक्टक्रॉ वर्ल्ड कप 2025 के लिए उन्होंने काफी हमें एनकरेज किया है और अपना साथ दिखाया है।
राष्ट्रीय गान के लिए खड़े हो जाए।
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
जन गण मन के सुनहरे शब्द आपको अभी अभी सुनाई दे होंगे। भारत का राष्ट्रगान गाते हुए पूरा जो स्टेडियम भरा हुआ है यहाँ ISTAF सेपाक्टक्रॉ वर्ल्ड कप 2025 के लिए, यही उत्साह और यही जोश हम देखना चाहेंगे उस पूरे प्रतियोगिता के वक्त। The Honorable Chief Minister of Bihar receiving a memento. That was a memento from Mr. Abdul Halim and Mr. Yogendra Singh Dahiya.
विजय चौधरी जी को मोमेंटो और मैस्कॉट से स्वागत करेंगे। मैस्कॉट भी अब मैं हमारा भारतीय टीम में हमारा बिहार के बच्चे बॉबी कुमार भारतीय टीम को रिप्रेजेंट करके वर्ल्ड कप खेलने आए हैं.
Bobby Kumar of Bihar is a part of the Indian team, and as his name rings around the stadium, you can hear the applause and the cheer. There he is.
Bobby.
Both. We promise to take part in the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025, respecting and abiding by the rule and regulation in the spirit of fair play, inclusion and equality. Together we stand in solidarity and commit ourselves to sport without doping, without cheating, without any form of discrimination, of the honor of our country and the glory of sports. We are Sepaktakraw.
Bobby Kumar said, "We are Sepaktakraw." He's taken the pledge on behalf of all the players. They promise to play hard, play fair during the Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025.
आप सबका अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं वर्ल्ड कप सेपक टकरा 2025 के शुभारंभ की घोषणा करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
The Honorable Chief Minister of Bihar, Shri Nitish Kumar, has just announced the Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 as open. This is a momentous occasion for the state of Bihar, which is hosting a world event of this magnitude. There he is. He presents a memento to Bobby Kumar, a local favorite, a son of Bihar. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? That when you've got a player who's come up through the ranks, it inspires you, as it does the way the government has supported the sport of Bihar, of Sepaktakraw here in Bihar. The Bihar government have backed this initiative, the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. Thanks to their support, we are here in Patna in Bihar, alongside the support of Bihar State Sports Authority and the Khel Vibhag of the Bihar government. As the Honorable Chief Minister leaves the stadium, we really thank him for his support. In fact, he's going to come onto the field of play again, greet some of the players who have assembled out there with their own national flag. Mr. Ravindra Sankaran of the Bihar State Sports Authority, the Director General and CEO, he is taking the Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Nitish Kumar, to the captain and will introduce them one by one. It's really great to see the Chief Minister turn up here. And there's the trophy. There's a photo op to remember. We've got all the captains turning up one by one for a good photo op, a memorable one for the state of Bihar. The city of Patna has got a rich history right from antiquity. And this is a momentous occasion for a city that has really waited for an event, a world event of this magnitude. And the welcome that we've all got here, it has really touched our heart. The Chief Minister himself gracing the occasion. It only shows the kind of support that the Bihar government has given to the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. As the Chief Minister greets the crowd, I would once again like to say that we are really grateful for his support and the support of the Bihar government, the Bihar State Sports Authority and the Khel Vibhag of the Bihar government. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with a lot more for you from the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. स्वागत है आपका सबका फिर से ISTAF सेपाक्टक्रॉ वर्ल्ड कप 2025 में, जो कि पटना बिहार में खेला जा रहा है। ये 25वां मुकाबला है मेन क्वाड्रेंट इवेंट में, और ये बड़ा मुकाबला है क्योंकि मैं जहां कमेंट्री बॉक्स से देख रहा हूं, ये मैदान भरा हुआ है दर्शकों से, क्योंकि भारत खेलेंगे न्यूजीलैंड के सामने। I'm going to bring my friend Drew into the conversation now. A few weeks ago, New Zealand and India faced in another sport in a final of a world event. India came up on top over there. Over here, definitely India may be the better side.
I think it's going to be a pretty one-sided contest. This one you would expect in Group D of the men's quadrant. You've got India very much the favourites. Iran will be hoping to run them close. USA have made a long journey over here, and they've been doing the rounds for a good 15 years on the ISTAF circuit. And New Zealand, it's wonderful to see them over here. They've got a few imports that they've got from Myanmar and one homegrown player as well. So it'll be very interesting to see if India are the perfect hosts for them and are polite and let them get a few points on the board. But I think India are going to dominate this one.
Of course, all these teams are fighting for this, the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025, the trophy. I really love the trophy because the ball replicates the Sepaktakraw ball, of course. Well, you spoke about the fact that whether India will be perfect host. We speak about a concept called Mehman Nawazi, where we also say Atithi Devo Bhava, that is, a guest is a form of God. But having said that, on the sports field, I don't think anyone believes that. Here are some of the rules of the quadrant event.
Basically, the long and the short of this, it all looks rather complicated, but it's if you finish in the top two of your group, then you go through to the quarterfinals. Winners of certain groups play the second place teams in other groups, so you get an advantage for winning your group. 4 groups in the men's quadrant, and so 8 quarterfinalists down to 4 semi-finalists. The losing semi-finalists each get a bronze medal, and then the winning semi-finalists face off for silver and of course gold.
और यहाँ मैदान जैसे तैयार हो रहा है, आपको एक जश्न का माहौल नजर आएगा। और यहाँ ओपनिंग सेरेमनी होस्ट किया गया था, जहां पर श्री नीतीश कुमार, जो कि बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, वो आए थे। वो कप्तानों से मिले, यहाँ जो वरिष्ठ अधिकारी हैं उनसे मिले, वो दर्शकों को भी जाकर उन्होंने थोड़ा सा इंटरैक्ट किया, वेव किया सबको। और यही बड़ा दिन है बिहार स्पोर्ट्स के लिए, क्योंकि इस तरह का जो एक टूर्नामेंट है वो पटना बिहार में खेला जा रहा है पहली दफे, ISTAF सेपाक्टक्रॉ वर्ल्ड कप 2025। और अभी ये है बड़ा मुकाबला भारत और न्यूजीलैंड के बीच। देखिए, ये ISTAF सेपाक्टक्रॉ वर्ल्ड कप का मुकाबला है, और जैसा मैंने पहले कहा, कुछ ही हफ्तों पहले भारत और न्यूजीलैंड एक बड़े टूर्नामेंट में उन्होंने आमना सामना किया था, तभी भारत जीतकर वापस घर लौटे थे। मगर यहाँ न्यूजीलैंड की टीम जो है उनके लिए आसान नहीं होगा, क्योंकि भारत काफी मजबूत है मेन क्वाड्रेंट इवेंट में, सेपाक्टक्रॉ वर्ल्ड कप में। Drew, as we get ready for this game, talking about the way India have sort of grown in Sepaktakraw, you've followed the journey over time, and one of the things one can say is that this sport is more popular in the eastern part of the country, but as it grows, we hope to see it grow in other parts as well.
It's always the problem with any country that tries to pick up any new sport. It's where is it going to be played, and you tend to have hotbeds that build up in certain places. In Australia, for example, it's right in the north of the country because that is nearest to Indonesia, and Indonesia is one of the main countries that has always played Sepaktakraw. In Europe, the teams tend to mass together around the French, German, Swiss borders, and that's where the teams tend to be very close together. And obviously in India, certain places have adopted the sport a little earlier, but it's gradually gone up through the echelons of sports that you have in India, certain official sports on official levels. And I know that around 10 years ago, maybe a little more than that, it got up to a certain level of sport here in India that meant that it got more government funding and it enabled players to get government jobs and to be able to work so that they could fund their training at the highest level. So it's built up over the years, and obviously it's a huge country, India, the size of a continent in its own right, and it will take time for it to grow. But there have already been events in Delhi, in Hyderabad, and now here in Patna, so it's going all around the country, and having a World Cup here can only help to grow the sport all around this huge country.
Absolutely. When you've got to start a journey of 1,000 miles, it of course begins with the first step. And India have taken many steps across the last few years. And it's not just about one sport. In numerous sports, India have come up in wrestling, badminton. The hockey team is on its path. A resurgence of sorts after those glory years. There was a bit of a lull, but in the last two Olympics, the hockey team has done well. They've won 2 bronze medals, of course. So just to see the way the sport has grown in the country, it's been absolutely fantastic. We want to see more of that. But here's what happened earlier in the day. The crowd turned up, and it was a magnificent performance by the Indian women.
It certainly was. They've got a wonderful tekong there, the number 12, Lebitoni. And there she is in action. She's got a wonderful service motion. And they certainly got the better of Iran, another development country as far as Sepaktakraw is concerned. And it was great to see Iran playing on the women's side as well. But they were no match for India today.
There's one of the men behind this entire tournament, Mr. Yogendra Dahiya, the chief of the Sepaktakraw Federation of India. It takes a lot of work to put a tournament together. It isn't just about moving 1 or 2 parts, it's an entire puzzle that comes together. You need someone at the head of it to make sense of it all. Then, of course, the support from the local authorities, which we've got here in Patna. This is the Patliputra Indoor Stadium. Let's head down to Pramita. She's waiting near the field of play.
The Kiwis are power-packed and they have the hunger for glory. From the Kiwi land, let's welcome Team New Zealand.
There are the 4 players for New Zealand: Ray Wu, Van Labu, Morgan Floyd Thomas, and the captain, Sine Myo Wu. So they've only come with the 4 players here in New Zealand, and as I can see on their jersey on the front, they've written TV Chakraw.
Great to see them here.
From the land of legend, where every heartbeat echoes, Jai Hind. Ladies and gentlemen, please put a big round of applause and welcome our home team, Team India.
दर्शकों में उत्साह आपको जरूर नजर आएगा क्योंकि भारतीय टीम अभी मैदान पर उतर चुकी है। अरुण जो कि होंगे टेकोंग, बॉबी कुमार जो बिहार के ही है, युमनम आकाश और कप्तान मालेनगाम्बा सिंह। सब्स्टिट्यूट्स होंगे आशीष और गणेश शर्मा। A lot of promise from the Indian team. They will be up against New Zealand, who don't quite have the same experience, but it's great to have them here, as you said earlier.
It is. It's going to be a big wake-up call for them. And for those of you who haven't watched much of the sport before, you can hear that the home crowd are chanting for Bobby Kumar, whom we saw earlier reciting the Sepaktakraw pledge. But keep an eye on number 33, Akash. He's the killer. He's going to be the one, the striker at the net, flying through the air, known as Akash the Smash. He's been playing for well over a decade, made his debut as a teenager, and he's heading into his 30s now. Vastly experienced player now, and he's going to be bringing all that experience to bear. It's going to be a very, very big ask for this New Zealand team.
Yes, the Indian team is experienced, but New Zealand, they would want to show that spirit, and you can see that on their jersey, Kiwi Takraw. They like to bring in their own flavor around the world in whichever sport they like to play. We've seen that in cricket, we've seen that in rugby, of course, in rugby union, where they start off with the haka. I don't think we can expect that here, though.
That'll be a bit of a shame if we don't get it. They tend to do it in most sports.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
There's the main referee.
Welcome to
He will soon
ISTAF
signal play
Sepaktakraw World
and we'll
Cup
get underway here at the
2025
Patliputra Indoor Stadium.
Main quadrant event, maybe the win on my right, New Zealand team.
The loudest cheers are of course reserved for the home side. As you said, watch out for Akash, but Bobby Kumar, he's going to get a lot of support. Local boy, when you see one of your own out there in the middle, it surely inspires you.
New Zealand to get us underway.
Reu serves. There's the smash that Drew was talking about.
Did his own set as well. And he gave himself, you can see that is absolutely perfect roll spike. And we're going to see plenty of those. It's what he loves doing. Loved doing it ever since he was a kid.
That's into the net. India march forward. We've seen actually the Indian players, they're quite tall, aren't they? And that kind of forms a big wall. This time it was Bobby Kumar, which is why you hear the cheer. So the first point won by Bobby Kumar here in front of this huge crowd at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025.
Obviously in quadrant, you've got 4 players, so instead of Tekong, feeder and striker, you have 2 strikers. So we've got Bobby Kumar and Akash. Bit of a lull falls over the crowd here, the Patliputra Stadium, as New Zealand get themselves on the board, get their first point. That's going to be a monkey off their backs.
Smashes it. That's all I'm going to say. You could hear a pin drop earlier when New Zealand won a point, but suddenly the crowd has roared itself to life as they see Akash smash one.
Coach Hemraj, he's also been around for many a year.
New Zealand.
The crowd thought it was an Indian point, but it goes to New Zealand.
Ready?
An attempted block.
2.
Just going out.
1. 7-9. Point. India. One, 2.
I presume that was called a service fault there.
Look at that. The wall quite tall, and when they jump, it's also advantages when you're tall, isn't it, Drew? Because when you're jumping, it's your back, the flat surface of your back with which you're blocking. When compared to some of the shorter players who may gently block with their shoulder area.
Yes, the net is 1.55 m, and you can see that the Indian players are head, if not head and shoulders taller than the net. We'll see that as they line up for the next service that's coming in from their own Tekong.
3.
Wasn't sure whether that one hadn't clipped one of the Indian players on the way over, but I think it just clipped the net. Definitely made a little bit of a sound.
3, 7.
New Zealand just managed to get a few points. And every time the crowd cheer, it feels as if it's an Indian point. They are mistaking it to be an Indian point.
7, 4.
I'm surprised that India, and in particular the Tekong, Kankarbagh, isn't targeting Gavin Floyd a bit more. He's the non-Myanmar import in the side there, the number 1. And I don't think he's touched the ball yet. Of course, as soon as I say that, he tries to get a block up there with his back. I don't think he's touched it with his foot yet, though.
The chance of India go around this Patliputra indoor stadium.
New Zealand.
That was perfectly positioned there. You could see it cannon into the tape, through the tape, and then just die on the other side of the net.
Okay. Ready? 5, 9. New Zealand.
They put that wide. New Zealand just earning a few points, reducing the deficit. Every point for New Zealand, it's going to be an encouragement for them, isn't it?
Well, if you can't win the match, win your development is the old cliche. So as many points as you can possibly get against the home nation at a World Cup.
India. Then
Gavin Floyd up on his tiptoes.
New Zealand.
Excellently kept alive by both teams, and I think the block from India ended up going under the net.
Here we have the replay. Yes, just going under the net. But earlier in that rally, we saw Akash put in a roll spike, and then in reflex, he managed to keep it within play as well. I think that was some brilliant reflexes there.
Bit of a shame there for New Zealand. They did everything right there and India ended up just putting up a rally ball. Gamba just popping one forward, but they couldn't make the most of it, and that's what you need to do. It was 7-10. They could have got it to within 2 points. That was a great save and set by Gamba there. He put it up exactly where Akash wanted it. Obviously a lot of work done by the killer at the net, doing the roll spikes, and that's what all eyes tend to be drawn to. But the ball has to be put in the right place for them to pull off those impressive spikes. He can smash, he can block. Or conventional block. Stretching out a long leg, getting that over the top of the net, making the net appear 15 or 20 centimeters taller than it is.
And there's a spike by Bobby Kumar that takes India closer, and they've got 7 set points now.
They've won 4 points in a row here, India. And they're looking to make it 5. Akash is going to serve.
And there we go. India have won the first set as the crowd cheer. भारत ने पहला सेट अपने नाम कर लिया है 15-7 से और 1-0 की बढ़त ले ली है न्यूजीलैंड के विरुद्ध। और आप मैदान में सुन सकते हैं इंडिया इंडिया, जो कि सारे समर्थक आए चिल्ला रहे हैं और अपना समर्थन दे रहे हैं भारतीय टीम को। ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 का ये मुकाबला भारत और न्यूजीलैंड के बीच। पहला सेट भारत ने अपने नाम कर लिया है और यहाँ दूसरे सेट को भी अपने नाम करने की तलाश में है। Many spectators have appeared here at the Patliputra Indoor Stadium and are cheering for every point. They've created an atmosphere. Chants of India, India echo across the stadium. And Drew, they will begin the second set with a service.
Akash serving again and proving that he is actually better placed at the net. I wonder why Well, I think he served on set points to allow Bobby Kumar to be the more or less the sole killer at the net to put away the set point. Interesting that they had him at Tekong for the start of the second set. There is Bobby Kumar again, showing his prowess at the net.
Earlier today, Bobby Kumar took the pledge on behalf of all the athletes here at the Sepaktakraw World Cup. A wonderful, wonderful roll spike. In fact, is that a roll spike? Because he's landed on both feet. What a block. Again, the height advantage. The taller the players, when they form that wall to block and they jump, they present a flatter surface of their back when compared to the shorter ones who might just get the angled side of their shoulders in.
1, 2.
No doubt about that being a roll spike. Could see Akash rolling his leg over, big grin on his face. Doing everything at the moment. He's set and spiked. Set for himself, spiked at the net. Gone back behind the baseline now and is an impromptu Tekong.
Right, New Zealand.
That'll be a point to New Zealand. Spoke about the fact that Akash is called Smash. I think just as in Avengers, Captain America would tell Hulk to smash. I think that's exactly what the Indian coach must be telling Akash before they enter the field of play. And I think Bobby Kumar overhears that conversation as well.
He's the one stepping up at the moment, particularly with Akash on Tekong duties.
4, 2.
Perfection, that's what you want to do. You might think it's luck, but it's what the players aim for. They want to hit it right into the top of the tape so that it just crawls over the other side with nowhere to go.
3, 4.
Rehu, the New Zealand number 10, starts off with that service. Very well done by Bobby Kumar. This wasn't about power, but a mere deflection. Really softly played across the net. You've got to do that as well numerous times.
You can see that he does it with the sole of the foot. It's the front of his foot, and he just taps it over. He almost lets it just bounce off the top. So India having gone back to their conventional Tekong, Malim Gamba. They all taking all the Tekong duties. The lefty firing it down the line there.
New Zealand.
That was quite a good header by the captain, Myo Oo.
Fight! Oh!
Bobby Kumar once again. That was great work by India, I think by Akash, who was having to keep that ball alive. It was very difficult for him to keep it up, bouncing off the nets, but he played at it again and managed to set it up nicely for Kumar.
5, 6. India.
Takes the deflection, and again, the point that I was making earlier about the player height while forming the wall. Look where it's deflected off the New Zealand player. Again, a little bit high on the back, the angled part of the shoulder.
India.
Great service there by Malim Gamba. A wonderful placement there by Bobby Kumar. difficult for him. He had to go a little way back. He was about a third of the court back. It wasn't right by the net for him, but he decided to go down the line. You can go around the net. You don't necessarily have to go over the net. Just has to land in on the other side of the court.
9, 5, 5, New Zealand.
Bobby Kumar.
Everyone's having a go at the Tekong position. It's almost like volleyball where everyone has to rotate.
But this is more a specialist position, isn't it? When, as a
9.
Tekong, you really need to be precise.
It's a real skill, Tekong, particularly in Regu, in doubles and quadrants. You merely take the ball yourself, toss it up, and then serve from anywhere behind the baseline. Whereas in Regu, which you will see on the final 2 days, you have to have your foot inside that circle there. You could see Reo had his foot in that circle, so the planted foot has to stay right inside that very circle there. And then you swing your foot through the air and hit the ball after it's been tossed to you by the feeder, who is in the little arc that is right by the net there. You can see 2 arcs on either side of the middle line of the court, and the feeder feeds from there.
11, 7.
Into the net, and India's lead continues to grow. They are now 3 points away from winning this match against New Zealand.
Good teams tend to do this. They tend to get on a roll, and it was close, 5-6, 5-7 earlier on in this set, and then 5 or 6 points in a row for India.
New Zealand.
Set it out. He's been quite precise actually today, Bobby Kumar, apart from that spike that went out, and also one of the serves that he took as a makeshift Tekong. Otherwise, it's been a really good day for him.
12, 8. Row,
Deft touch. Once again, this time from Akash, just tapped it over the top with the sole of his shoe. Despair on the face of Gavin Floyd.
9, 12.
It's off Floyd again, and it's got to be match point for India. Serving for the match now.
9. Right. New Zealand.
A bit of confusion between the 2 scoreboards. Scoreboard in the stadium has it 10-13.
10, 13. In by India.
Well, either way, now it's match point. India leading it 10-14.
Match point. Both in.
Yes,
10.
and finally they are serving for the match.
Out by India. 15-10 game.
And it goes long. It's always a shame to finish it on a fault, but India won't mind. They have taken this in 2 straight sets, 15-7, 15-10.
भारत ने लाजवाब शुरुआत कर ली है अपने ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 कैंपेन की, और एक बड़ी जीत हासिल करके 2-0 से हरा दिया है न्यूजीलैंड को। 15-7 और 15-10 ये थे 2 सेट, और भारतीय खेमा काफी खुश होंगे जिस प्रकार से इन्होंने सेपाक टकराव इस मुकाबले में खेली है। और ये था मैच पॉइंट। न्यूजीलैंड के खिलाड़ी ने रोल स्पाइक मारा मगर कुछ ज्यादा ही दूर मारा और दर्शकों का उत्साह आप अभी सुन सकते हैं यहाँ पाटलिपुत्र इंडोर स्टेडियम से। अभी हम लेंगे एक छोटा सा ब्रेक। मगर उसके पहले आपको जरा याद दिला दूं कि अगला मुकाबला भी भारत का ही है। अब भारतीय महिलाएं खेलेंगी अपने क्वाड्रेंट इवेंट। नेपाल के सामने है मुकाबला, आप कहीं जाइएगा नहीं। अभी अभी कुछ ही देर पहले भारत ने न्यूजीलैंड के सामने एक जीत हासिल कर ली थी मेंस क्वाड्रेंट इवेंट में। मगर अभी भारतीय महिलाएं अपना मुकाबला खेलेंगी नेपाल के विरुद्ध। यहाँ ISTAF सेपाक्टक्राव वर्ल्ड कप 2025 का कारवां आगे बढ़ रहा है और पाटलिपुत्र इंडोर स्टेडियम में दर्शकों में उत्साह है। There's a lot of happiness, a lot of cheer around the ground as we see India perform well so far. Today, there may be a few easier games, I may add, but tomorrow, if they progress and of course move into the knockout, it's just going to get more tougher, more competitive, and we'll see a lot better Sepaktakraw on show.
India are going to want to win the group that they're in, and they're very well placed to do that. Because if you win your group, you play the team that finished second in the other group in the semi-finals. And it's almost a case of pick your poison. It'll be the choice between Japan and Thailand.
Today, it's the clash between two neighboring countries, but we settle it out on the court. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Team Nepal.
That's the Nepalese lineup before you, led by Sumitra Dangol. Chandra Chaudhary, Enu Chaudhary and Naina Magar form the rest of the starting lineup. Usha Maharjan and Swastika Shrestha are a part of the substitute bench.
And now, Patna, put your hands together and welcome the Queens, the Warriors of Team India.
Drew, there's the Indian lineup. They were quite impressive in the previous encounter.
I was really impressed by Elangban Leritonbi. She's my new favourite tekong. I think she's got an absolutely wonderful flowing motion when she's serving. She seems to get into a rhythm, never loses it. Obviously, I'm putting a lot of pressure on her now. We'll see how well she performs in this one. But she seems to have a wonderful, repeatable, flowing, smooth motion. She gets a foot almost parallel with where she wants to send it over the net. It's wonderful to watch, and it must be very, very difficult to return, as Nepal are going to find out.
Yes, being a tekong is never easy, and she did it incredibly well in the game that we saw earlier.
Yes, this match is on court one. On court number 2 at the moment, you've got Thailand versus Vietnam. In the other loses, that match will likely come second. So the winners of Group A, India's group, will play the second team in Group B, and that'll be a very tough semi-final for whoever gets it.
Yes, and from the corner of my eye, as I see the action between Thailand and Vietnam, you can see the intensity of the competition over there.
They've been the absolute cream of the crop in terms of quadrant, women's quadrant. It was Vietnam who won the King's Cup in Thailand that's held every year. They won it in 2022, beating the Thais in the final. Repeated in 2023. Thailand got their own back and won in 2024. So those three have contested the 3 King's Cup quadrant events that have been held for the women over the past 3 years, and you could almost bet on them making it through to the final as well. But of course, India are going to have something to say about that.
India to serve. Yeah. Okay.
The Indian and Nepalese team greeting each other. And earlier, we saw after the Indian men won their game against New Zealand, they were meeting a few dignitaries. Of course, this is very important that the prominent people in any city turn up for a game of this magnitude. It only serves as greater encouragement for a sport that is on the rise here in India. The ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 is being played in Patna, Bihar. And it's definitely a big, big occasion for this city. भारत ने ये पहले वर्ल्ड कप होस्ट किया है, मगर वो हैदराबाद में था 2017 में। मगर अभी जबकि पटना में ये विश्व कप खेला जा रहा है, बिहार सरकार ने काफ़ी सपोर्ट किया है, साथ ही साथ खेल विभाग बिहार गवर्नमेंट का और बिहार स्टेट स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ने भी दिन रात मेहनत की है ताकि ये वर्ल्ड कप यहाँ पर होस्ट किया जा सके। And you can see on the Indian jersey as well the words blissful Bihar. That's the kind of support that a national team needs.
Women quadrant event match between Nepal and India. On my right, India. On my left, Nepal. Players in. Line referee. Line referee. Is the referee? For referee, ready? First set, India to serve. Ready, Nepal. Love all.
Lady Thornby kisses the takraw for good luck and then shows us that wonderful service motion of hers.
Point India.
First point on the board for India.
You spoke about the fact that Lerin Tomby was absolutely fantastic in the previous game. The other player who really impressed me is also Priya, who won this first point. On those finishes, on those spikes, she was clinical and played her percentages very well.
Point India. Ready?
There you see the sunback spike, favoured in the women's game. Right leg over the right shoulder or left leg over the left shoulder. And of course you're allowed to use your head, as we saw there. Nepal desperate to win it with their heads, and in the end their captain does just that.
We've seen quite a bit of headers throughout this. In fact, when I was watching the Brazilian men's team earlier, you could see that influence of football. It looked like a lot of those players have played football in childhood because they used a lot of chest and head while trying to get the ball, or at least defending it.
Point India. Pisava.
That one just crept over the net from Priya.
3-1. Point India.
Excellent block from her as well, stretching out a leg rather than going up with the back.
Pisava. 1-4. Point India.
India moving forward to 5-1 और ये बहुत अच्छी बढ़त देते हुए, और वही जो ड्रू कुछ समय पहले कह रहे थे कि लेरिन टॉम्बी की सर्विस आसान नहीं है उसका सामना करना, और यहाँ पर उनकी सर्विस बरकरार है, बहुत अच्छी तरीके से वो सर्व करते जा रही है। हालांकि अभी नेपाल ने एक पॉइंट अपने नाम कर दिया। नैना मगर सर्व करेंगी नेपाल के लिए।
Point India.
She's doing everything at the moment. Priya, you are right to point her out, Nishad. She's been spiking at the net, blocking, and then beautiful back header there.
6-2.
Yes, wonderfully done. And you could hear her teammates say "Badhiya," which means very good in Hindi.
Point Nepal. Ready? Nepal.
Great double block there. Combination of Chandra Chaudhary and Sumitra Dangal.
3-6.
Naina Magar, the Tekong.
Point, Nepal. It's over. Six, 4. Point, India.
An important point there for India. They've been pegged back a little bit.
Ready, Nepal?
The word momentum is used quite a lot in sport in general.
4,
But when
7.
we look at a game like Sepaktakraw, it really becomes important because you can win points and you can win them in a jiffy, in a sequence.
Nepal.
It can be quite difficult to get momentum when you're playing quadrant because it's one service each. So we've
7,
just
5.
had Nepal serving. Now it's over to India. You don't get on a roll on service, whereas
Point,
in
Nepal.
Regu, the more traditional three-player version, you have 3 services in a row, and it can be very difficult to win points on service, particularly in Regu. So if you can get at least 1 point on your own service, maybe
6,
even 2,
7.
then that's something that can give you momentum, and then you receive 3 services from the opposition with a bit of a cushion, and that can really give you momentum.
Wonderfully done by Priya. She first set it up and then converted it brilliantly. This is exactly what I was talking about.
Again, an important point. Nepal have been clawing their way back. Got it to 7-6.
6.
And now a 2-point cushion, meaning that Lady Thornby can do almost what she likes on service, and they're going to be able to save, set, spike, kept alive, great defense. And a beautiful lob to finish it off.
Wonderfully done. Now India were put under a bit of pressure by Nepal, but the last 3 points will make them breathe a lot more easier. That was really wonderfully
6,
well placed
9.
by India.
That was finished off at the end because the set was better. Some of the setting a little bit earlier in the point was a bit approximate. Chauba Devi was trying to set it up for Priya, and that one you can see it's within about
10,
a foot of the net,
6.
and that's exactly where you want it. You don't want it to be too far back because otherwise you've then got to get it up and over the net, and you can't get it down with any speed. You need to have the ball set for you within about half a metre or
7,
so of the
10.
net to be able to get it downwards at a good 45-degree angle.
Point, Nepal.
Delicately done there. Very well by Nepal.
It's
Just
over.
a soft header, putting it past the net. In fact, it was the foot, sorry. From up here, it looked like she had actually played a header.
10,
But having said that, that
8.
change of pace, as we often say in cricket, you can deceive someone with a lack of pace sometimes.
Point, Nepal.
You can also deceive the opposition by taking the ball earlier, and that was what was done. That should have been set up for a set. Save, set, spike. But it was
9,
saved and
10.
then spiked immediately, and the opposition, India in this case, wouldn't have been expecting the ball to come over of that particular play.
India get
It's
that
over.
point, courtesy a fault by Naina Magar. 11-9. But it's been a good competitive game because
11,
Nepal have
9.
just shown that they fight back time and again.
Point, India.
I love that service. It maintains a plane as if it goes
12.
straight from the foot, doesn't dip at all until it gets over the net.
Point India.
There she is again.
Ready?
Priya, acrobatic and athletic. These are words that we use often, but just the way Priya is so flexible around the net.
Point India. Time out, Nepal.
Ball just failing to climb over the net there. Nepal losing the point. It's set point for India, and we're going to have a quick timeout.
No response. Right?
Time's up, players, ready? Wait, okay. Okay, in.
अभी भारत के लिए सेट पॉइंट है और तभी नेपाल ने ये सोचा कि हम जरा टाइम आउट ले लेते हैं। यहाँ से नेपाल के लिए आसान नहीं होगा और सर्विस की शुरुआत अभी करेंगी नैना मगर।
Point India.
And there we have it.
Players
India
at the
have
back
got
line.
the first set 15-9.
Players change side.
Pulled away towards the end of the set there, did India. It was very close, around 10-8, 10-9. And then really when it got to the business end, India put the foot to the throat. And there was a late timeout, but that did nothing.
Hey players, ready? Players in.
तो भारत ने 1-0 से बढ़त ले ली है यहाँ इस मुकाबले में नेपाल के विरुद्ध। 15-9 का था स्कोर लाइन। आप ये समझेंगे कि भारत ने डोमिनेट किया, मगर आपको ये भी बता दूं कि शुरुआती दौर में नेपाल काफी कॉम्पिटिटिव थे, मगर अभी दूसरे सेट की शुरुआत है और नेपाल ने सर्व करके शुरुआत की है।
Good start as far as Nepal are concerned. Winning a point on your own service, that's the perfect way to start a set, particularly when you've lost the first one.
Make that two. Now they've won of the Indian service.
They're fired up here, Nepal.
Two. La. Point India.
India have got a point, and Lerin Tombi is going to serve again. It'll be interesting to see the kind of serve he tries to execute. This time hitting the net. Again, fine margins, wants to get it just off the net, but finds it this time. Nepal have the early lead in this game. Early days, of course, in the second set.
Might be quite tough for her as a Tekong. She's not the tallest, and we've been saying earlier that she really fires the ball in very straight on a plane, doesn't deviate in terms of height, and we're getting towards the end of the day, so she'll have had a lot of takraw in her legs already. She's the one with the Tekong duties, so she's the one putting in the most effort, you would say, as far as the team is concerned. She's the one who's going to feel the fatigue the most. And you could see that with the service there. She put a little more on it, and more on it in terms of height, curve. She wanted to get it up and down, up and over the net, rather than just firing it straight in on the very level plane that she'd been doing up until now. Maybe a few signs of tiredness.
Fine, India.
India get that point. Now they get the lead as well, 4-3. I've got to also say that it's not easy because you are playing multiple games a day. You've got to rest and recover in between those games as well.
What makes it important to finish off matches inside 2 sets? If you can win in straight sets and keep those sets reasonably short, keep your opponent to single figures, then that's fewer points you have to play, and it's all going to add up towards the end of the tournament, particularly for teams that have come over here with almost scratch squads. Look at the Kiwis, who've just got the 4 players there who are going to be doubling up in other events. They'll be playing in the men's regu as well, so they're going to end up pretty tired, those 3 players, plus 1 who will be the substitute in the regu.
6-3.
There's some good blocking there on the net. Wonderfully done. It was Priya again with that decisive block, but earlier in that rally as well, you could see that the Indians were defending well.
Yes, Priya certainly showing no signs of fatigue. Buzzing around the net as she has been all day.
Yeah, go.
Nepal are bringing in the substitute. Swastika Shrestha is now on the park, and Enu Chaudhary has left.
3-7. Nepal.
One thing you want to do when you're experiencing fatigue and you've had 2 or 3 matches in the day is to keep the rally short, and I think that's probably the longest one we've seen all day there, and it goes the way of Nepal in the end. They had to fight hard for that one. They're the ones who brought on fresh legs in the form of Shrestha.
Point India.
Well, this time the serve's on point and they move to a 4-point lead now. India will want to close this game really soon.
You notice there with the service, Lerringtombi deliberately targeted the player who's just come on, Shrestha, because it's always difficult to come into a match and then have the ball fired in at you straight away and to find your touch immediately. So that was a good tactic there by Lerringtombi.
Point India.
A brilliant finish there once again by Priya.
Visava.
The setup also was equally good there, retrieving it from outside the court.
Time out, Nepal. Time out.
Timeout's been called by Nepal.
भारत और नेपाल के बीच में ये है मुकाबला विमेन्स स्क्वाड इवेंट में ISTAF सेपाक्टाक्राव वर्ल्ड कप 2025 में। पहला सेट भारत ने जीता था 15-9 के मार्जिन से और अभी दूसरे सेट में भारत की लीड बरकरार है 9-4 से।
9-4.
Lerringtombi to serve just over the wall.
Point Nepal.
Always a clever tactic when you can see your opponents edging their way towards the net. Go for a 2 or 3 player block and not quite sure of how to play things, then just nod it over the top. Nothing they can do about that one.
9. Point India.
Again, this time the header, just trying to lob it towards the opposition's court. India now move into double figures at 10-5. As you said earlier, that you try to target the substitute because it's never easy to come in and then try and take the initiative early.
Okay.
So Nepal
challenge
asking whether, I presume one of the players, and my guess is going to be Priya, touched the net before. Trying to think back to this point now, was it a, well, it was Priya who was trying to head it over the net. I don't know whether she actually made contact with it at the end of the day. And just looking at the lineup there, Priya, I think, has been substituted off, so it's coming on to replace her would have been Meninu Tsukru, and it was whether she touched the net. No, it's Priya. There we go. So there we, yes. So that's why I was confused. I could have sworn it was Priya. There she is, trying to nod it over. I don't think there's anything we can really find issue with here. I think that was a bit of a desperation call by the Nepal camp.
Okay, not over, point to India. Players ready? India to serve.
The official held up a board saying over. It was over the net, I think we knew that, and it certainly wasn't touched by Priya, who's gone off for a well-earned rest. No rest for Leri Tonbi though.
India.
He wants to see this match over the line for the Indians.
And that's exactly what you would want to do, right? Because one of your main players like Priya, there'll be tougher challenges ahead tomorrow. Now that this game seems to be heading towards India, why not take a bit of a breather?
Point India.
India now moved to 12-5. So far this set, it's been a more convincing performance when compared to the first one. Although at the beginning, Nepal had started off quite well.
They were leading 3-1. And then we've had 11 points out of the last 13 in favour of India.
It's over. Six, 12.
Perfect spike. You might think it was a little bit fortuitous clipping the net, but no, that was absolutely perfect. It's what you want to do. Menenu Tsukru, the substitute, coming on.
13-6. Point Nepal.
That was fast and hit hard.
It's over.
Chauba Devi couldn't do much about it. She tried to block it, or rather tried to defend it, and she couldn't. But right now, 13-7, India still 2 points away from winning this match.
13. Point Nepal.
Nepal win that point again, edging a little bit forward.
It's over.
And sometimes this can happen as well, right? When you have got the match point in sight, a drop in intensity perhaps?
13-8.
I think it's nerves creeping in. You don't want to make mistakes. We see that on the service there of Leri Tonbi. She put a lot on top of that. Got it up and over. Safety first. So they're going to be looking to score points here when receiving. They're going to try to make the most of Naina Magar's service here. And there we go, the pressure's on her. And it sets up 5 match points for India.
Yes, and Leri Tonbi, she'll be quite encouraged by that, because this is match point. There's India 14, serving for the match.
9.
Just over the wall, and that's it. India have clinched victory against Nepal. 15-9, 15-9, and once again a convincing performance.
Players and official, please.
It was. You wouldn't have seen that service had it been 10-13, but since it was 9-14, she'd got five match points. She had the confidence to put in an unreturnable service.
Yes, and there's the winning moment. जैसे भारत ने अभी नेपाल को हराया है 15-9, 15-9 के मार्जिन से. भारत के लिए बढ़िया दिन रहा है ये ISTF सेपक्टक्रॉ में. आज का कवरेज यहीं पर समाप्त होता है. कल हमारे साथ जुड़िएगा सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क पर.
देख लेते हैं। है कि नहीं है
केबल को R1 बना दो, देखना
हटा कर ना।
कौन सा नंबर लगा?
9 नंबर केबल निकाल दो। 9 नंबर।
हेलो 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 R1
ये केबल निकाल के इसमें लगाओ
वापस R1 वापस।
हेलो
इसकी केबल जो स्टैंड बाय केबल है ना वो इसमें लगा। अभी मैं कुछ नहीं सर, अभी जो स्टैंड बाय केबल थी उसमें अभी हमने कॉर्ड माइक चेक कराया है, हैंडल कॉर्ड माइक हैंडल। हाँ खा लिया। अब मैं R1 में ये केबल लगाता हूँ मैं आपको भी। जी सर जी सर। स्टैंड बाय जो केबल है ना जॉइंट मार दिया, केबल निकाल के मारा, कैसे मारा है चेक कराओ। लगा दिया मैंने स्टैंड बाय वाला केबल R1 में। वही सेम चल रहा है, सेम चल रहा है। वैसे कर दो, नॉर्मल कर दो, नॉर्मल कर दो ना सेम कर। सर सेव कर दिया, सेव। ऑन है सर, ऑन कर दिया मैंने R2 भी। R2 ऑन है नहीं है। हेलो 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 R2 R2 अरे ये भी ले लो। R1 2 3 4 5 6 7 and 9 tracks. R1 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 mic check. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 mic check. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 mic check R2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 mic check R2 1 2 3 4 5 6 बोल
R2 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 R2 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 R2 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 R2 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 R2 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 R2 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 R2 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10
उसको बोल देना थोड़ा लेवल डाउन कर लेगा दादा उसको बोल देना लेवल डाउन कर ले दीजिएगा वो तो लेवल डाउन कर ले उसको बोलना मगर ये बजा रहा है और कलर की स्लो करा दे आवाज स्लो करा
R3 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 R3 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 R3 check 1 2 3 4
भाई भाई इसको ऑरेंज वाले को ऑरेंज बोल रहा है
भाई भाई म्यूजिक डाउन कर लो थोड़ा सा कम कर लेना भाई
माइक टेस्ट करना थोड़ी देर के लिए डाउन करना
हेलो बस थोड़ा ऑडियो चेक हो रहा है फिर बता अभी तो कोई निकला नहीं कैमरा मैन इतनी अपने
R1 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 R2 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 R3 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 R1 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 10 R2 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 R3 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 R1 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 R2 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 R3 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 R3 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 R3 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10
अभी ठीक है ऑफ कर दो कल देखते हैं यूज करेंगे
वो रहने दो अभी
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 29 between, on my right, USA, and on my left, Iran. Players, in. US serve. Ready? First set. Love. All. Point. USA. Love. 1. USA. Service over. Two. Love. Point. Iran. Service over. One. Two. In. Point. USA. Service over. Ready? 3, 1. Service over. Two, three. Net. Point. USA. Service over. Four, two. Point. Iran. Service over. Three, four. Point Iran. It's okay? Yeah? What about the net? Net okay? Net okay? Okay. Point Iran. Service over. Four. All. Point. USA. Service over. 4, 5. Out. Point. USA. Service over. 6, 4. In. Point. Iran. Service over. 5, 6. In. Point. Iran. Service over. 6. All. In. Point. Iran. Service over. 7, 6. Point. Iran. Service over. Timeout. US.
Please. کنار بطری من نکنی من هست این فاصله و حسابی باید بغل فاصله فقط همین فاصله رو باید بعد دیگه اون بر نمیرم من نگاه کنیم همین فاصله رو سعی کنیم نگه داریم این دوتا کار معطله اوکی ولی فردا بچه رو همین داره عجلی مثلا میخوایم مینداختی تا مخاطبه اینجا اینقدر باید مجبوری بودی همین روند رو بریم بچه ها
Time is up. Players in. US serve. Ready? 6, 8. Point. Iran. Service over. Nine. 6. Out. Point Iran. Service over. Six. 10. In. Point. Iran. Eleven. 6. In. Point. USA. Service over. Seven. 11. Point. Iran. Service over. Number 7. Please, no kickball. Ready? 12. 7. Point. US. No. Captain. You only challenge net if over or not over. Other than that, cannot. Okay. Okay. Point. Okay, continue.
Don't worry about that.
Serve.
Stay ready.
Eight. 12. Out. Point. US. Service over. Ready? 12. 9. Point. US. Timeout. Iran. Timeout. Iran. Timeout. Ready? Time is up. Players in. US serve. Ready? 10, 12. In. Point. USA. Service over. Eleven. 12, 11. Point. Iran. Service over. Thirteen. 11, 13. Net. Point. Iran. Service over.
Move to the middle. More.
Game point 14, 11. Baseline players. Baseline. Change sides, please. Change sides. Baseline. First set, Iran win 15-11. 2 minutes, rest.
On that, but if you crowd the middle, and Daychar is lining up right behind the triple blocks, there's no chance you shouldn't be on the court. You have to push over, so Daychar has to do. This is how you do it. You need to tell him, I need to be here. You gotta take your spot, and yours is gonna adjust based on the guy, right? So you have to get to a good spot. Good, head reception is fine. You have to remember, you're in this back block position. You're blocking, just stay there. They're setting up the play, you just wait. Shift, jump, shift, jump. That's it. You don't have to run to the side, right? Third, don't wait over here. Cursor's over your head, you just watch. Got it? Simple, very simple. You have to jump after the serve? No. You have to just be still. I'm saying don't move into a late block position.
Very fast. Ready? Players, ready?
Arguing a little bit. That's the goal. USA.
Time is up.
Go, sir.
Players baseline, second set. Iran serve, players in. Love all. In. Point. US. Service over. One. Love. Point US. Love. Two. In. Point. US. Service over. Three. Love. In. Point. Iran. Service over. One, three. In. Point. US.
No worries. If the ball is up, it's his job. You're okay.
Service over. Four. One. Point Iran. Service over. No problem. No problem. I score. Wait, stop. Okay. Okay. Ready? 2, 4. Point. Iran. Number 5. Number 5. No. Okay. Ready? 4, 3. In. Point. US. Service over. Three. 5. 4. Point. Iran. Service over. 5, 4. Service over. Five. All. In. Point. Iran. Timeout. US. Timeout. Ready, players, ready? Time is up. Players in. US serve. Five. Six. Net. Point. Iran. Service over. Seven. Five. In. Point. US. Service over. Six. Seven. Net. Point. Iran. Service over. Eight. Six. Point. US. Service over. Seven. Eight. Out. Point. Iran. Nine. Seven. Out. Point. US. Service over. Eight. Nine. In. Point. Iran. Service over. Ready? 10, 8. Service over. 8, 11. Point. US. Service over. 11, 9. In. Point. Iran. Service over. US serve. 9, 12. In. Point. US. Service over. 12. 10. In. Point. Iran. Service over. 10. 13. Net. Point. Iran. Service over. Match point. 14. 10. Players, baseline. Baseline. Coach, please. Coach, please join. Ladies and gentlemen, second set. Iran win 15-10. Winner of the match, Iran 2-0. Players, officials, please shake hands. Good game, good game, good game, good game. Yeah, good game. Good game, good game, good game. Yeah. Yeah. Good game, good game.